Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the special city council meeting for May 19th of 2025 at 4:30 p.m. And would the clerk please call the roll?
Of course. Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Burt. Here. Vice Mayor Vinker. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames. Councilmember Liu.
Here.
Councilmember Reckdahl.
Here.
Mayor Lowing.
Here.
For the record, 5 present.
I know the vice mayor is tuning in from out of town, so I know that she'll be coming soon. Okay. The very first special order of the day is a proclamation commemorating the 50th anniversary of the Palo Alto Fire Department Paramedic Program and EMS Week for May 18 to 24. And I have a proclamation that I asked Councilmember Reckdahl to read.
Okay. Yeah, the 50th anniversary of Paramedic Services and EMS Week is May 18th this year. Whereas the Palo Alto Fire Department began delivering advanced life support paramedic services and ambulance transportation services to the city of Palo Alto and Stanford in 1975. And whereas the Palo Alto Fire Department became one of the first fire departments in California to provide the service to the community. And whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness, injury, or trauma. And whereas National EMS Week, originally authorized by President Gerald Ford in 1974, takes place every year on the 3rd week of May. And this year's theme is We Care for Everyone. And whereas those who give outstanding service to Palo Alto and nearby communities and who save lives through their amazing work and dedication and who value both family and community deserve to be recognized. Now, therefore, Ed Lowing, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, does hereby commend the Palo Alto Fire Department's paramedic and ambulance program on the occasion of its 50th anniversary and recognize the life-saving contributions of EMS professionals in the City of Palo Alto. Thank you very much.
Chief Blackshire, would you like to say a few words and also accept the proclamation?
Good afternoon, and I would. Geo Blackshire, Fire Chief of Palo Alto. Good afternoon, Mayor and esteemed council members and valued members of our community. I proudly stand here before you to commemorate a remarkable milestone in our city's history, the 50th anniversary of the Palo Alto Fire Department's paramedic program. For half a century, our paramedics have been arriving on freeways and intersections, going into businesses and residents' homes and their bedsides during the most critical moments in their lives. What began as a pioneering initiative in 1975 has evolved into an exemplary program that stands as a model of excellence in pre-hospital emergency medical care. The numbers tell an impressive story. Last year alone, our paramedics responded to 5,917 emergency medical calls. And this year, we're expected to run over 6,300 medical calls. But beyond the statistics are the countless lives saved and the comfort provided to patients and families during their most vulnerable moments. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the visionaries who established this program 5 decades ago. Jack Leslie, Dale Hopkins, Gene Peretti, Keith Ramsey, Dan Jewell, Chris Shinseki, Jack Good, and Bruce Hallberg. A fun fact about Chris Shinseki, when he retired in 2011 after 37 years of service to Palo Alto, he was the longest practicing paramedic in the county. So a very, very well experienced individual. Their commitment to service laid the foundation for everything we've accomplished since. To our retired paramedics, our legacy lives on in every call we respond to. You are the trailblazers who transformed emergency medical services in our community. To our current paramedics, your dedication to excellence day after day, blending technical expertise with human compassion in a way that truly embodies public service at its finest. The Palo Alto Stanford partnership deserves special recognition as well. They were the first to educate our paramedics to start the program, Stanford. This collaboration has allowed us to integrate cutting-edge medical research and practices into our emergency medical techniques. As we celebrate this milestone, we recognize how truly fortunate our community is to be served by such an exceptional paramedic program. I would like to thank the council and city leadership for their support to continue our pursuit of EMS excellence. While I have the floor, I'd like to thank our patients and their loved ones who have taken the time to share their words of gratitude. Our firefighters know they do important work, but it's appreciated when we get unsolicited confirmation. Looking to the future, we remain committed to innovation and excellence. We continue to expand the ways we serve and protect the health of our community. As we commemorate the 50th anniversary, I invite all of us to reflect on the immeasurable impact of the last 50 years. Thousands of lives saved, countless families comforted, and a safer community through the dedicated work of our paramedics, past, present, and future. So thank you, and congratulations to all who have contributed to this remarkable legacy of service and excellence.
Thank you, Chief, for those words. It's just absolutely remarkable of what's been accomplished here, the reputation that you and the team has. I know you haven't been here 50 years, but the reputation that has been built up is just, I hear it all the time. And I get the letters, maybe not as many as you do, which is good, of folks just thanking you for your attentive service. You know, we help up here by hopefully giving you some mental support and a few dollars to, you know, pay the bills. But I know that for these folks, this is not just a job. It's a mission to really help our city. So on behalf of the whole council, I'd like to thank all of you and would welcome you to come up and have a photo for the archives if you like.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And anybody else want to make a comment? Okay, come on up. Thank you again to our ambulance drivers and medics, and just amazing story. And our next proclamation, I'm also happy to talk about this one. This is to recognize May 25 as Foster Care and Resource Parent Awareness Month. Councilmember Stone is going to read this, and I think we have a representative from the county to receive that. Great.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Proclamation recognizing Foster Care and Resource Parent Awareness Month. Whereas the city of Palo Alto is proud to proclaim May 2025 as Foster Care and Resource Parent Awareness Month in Palo Alto. Foster Care and Resource Parent Awareness Month provides a time to recognize that we can all play a vital part in transforming the lives of children and youth in foster care. It is also a time to deeply appreciate our caregivers and raise awareness about the critical need for more committed, nurturing, and consistent families where children in foster care cannot just survive, but truly thrive. And whereas in Santa Clara County, over 600 children live in out-of-home care, and approximately half of these children need a stable, loving, and supportive home. While there are currently 151 active foster/resource homes that provide care for these children, there is still a significant need for more foster/resource families. By becoming a foster or resource family, you can make a positive impact on a child's life and provide them with the safety, stability, and nurturing environment they need. Whereas the Santa Clara County Department of Family and Children's Services recognizes the crucial role of the community in supporting foster and resource families. Throughout the month of May, there are hundreds of community events across the country to appreciate, retain, recruit, and most importantly, support foster and resource parents. And whereas all children, regardless of their circumstances, deserve a safe, loving, nurturing, accepting, and consistent place to live. A resource family provides exactly that, a home where a child can focus on just being a child. By opening our hearts and homes, we can help make all the difference in the life of a child in need. Now, therefore, Ed Lowing, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby recognize May as Foster Care and Resource Parent Awareness Month in the City of Palo Alto. This is a time for us to come together, raise awareness, and take action to support the children in our community.
Thank you for coming, and
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Sorry. It's truly an honor to be here with this evening and for receiving this proclamation. Recognizing May as Resource Parent Month, I want to sincerely thank the council and the mayor for taking the time to acknowledge the importance of this work and presenting this proclamation to me. This recognition is not for me, it's for all the incredible resource parents who support our children and families. The work we do would not be possible without them, without their help and dedication of our amazing resource parents. Their compassion and commitment truly makes a difference. Thank you again for the recognition. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, absolutely.
you're up. Let's move along to, we have two study session items tonight, 3 and 4. The first one is 788 to 796 San Antonio Road. This is a council pre-screening for possible rezoning. I think Director Late will be giving the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning Development Services. Senior Planner Emily Callis will give this and the next presentations for the council this evening.
Good evening. My name is Emily Callis. I'm a senior planner. This is the this is the council pre-screening for 788 through 796 San Antonio. The council pre-screening is required for proposed legislative changes, including rezonings, such as this project, which would rezone the property from CS Commercial Service to PHZ. The intent is for council to provide early feedback. No formal decision is being made tonight, and as you will see, the plans are still in a preliminary form. Council members are expected to refrain from forming firm opinions as the proposal may change when it returns if it returns for future action. Next slide. The conceptual project is to rezone this property or these two parcels currently from commercial service to a planned home zoning to allow for construction of 168 rental units in an 8-story building with above grade parking. This would be a replacement to the existing housing incentive program project, which was approved in 2021 and still has valid entitlements. Next slide. The project location is at the corner of San Antonio Road and Leghorn Street. It is in the housing incentive program area. However, as a PHZ project, it would be proposing to deviate from those development standards. Other nearby housing projects that are either on file or recently approved include 762 San Antonio, which is a builder's remedy project, 800 San Antonio, which is the other pre-screening you will be considering tonight, 824 San Antonio, which was an approved senior housing and senior care facility, and 3997 Fabian. Next. In comparison to the planning entitlement received in 2021, the previous project had 102 condominium ownership units. This proposes 168 rental units. The setbacks of the previous project complied with the special setbacks and the underlying CS zoning code requirements. This project is not proposing to encroach into those setbacks. The previous project was 4 stories, almost 50 feet tall. This one is 8 stories and 85 feet tall. The FAR for the proposed project is about 100,000 square feet larger than what was previously entitled. It would eliminate the retail space, which is a current zoning code requirement to provide at least 1,500 square feet of retail. The parking would decrease to 73 parking spaces, providing an average of 0.43 spaces per residential unit, which would be a substantial decrease. Even with a transportation demand management plan would be a larger decrease than we would typically see. The unit mix, this would primarily increase the units across all the sizes. And the previous project included a BMR distribution of 15%. So 15% of those 102 units were designated below market rate, in keeping with the zoning code requirements for the CS zone. But as a PHZ project, it would be required to provide at least 20%, and I'll get into that a little later in the presentation. This just shows the front elevations. Again, the pre-screening that we are looking at on the right side of the screen is a preliminary, but this is what is being proposed compared to what was entitled. Next slide. I also prepared this slide that shows the project compared to the pre-screening, which is agenda item number 4. The 788 project that we are looking at right now has more units and is about 25 feet taller. In terms of FAR, it is actually somewhat similar, 3.3 compared to 3.0. However, that is somewhat because the 788 San Antonio project stays within the typical setbacks, whereas the 800 pre-screening that we'll be looking at later this evening encroaches into some of those setbacks. Likewise, the 800 San Antonio project proposes more parking. And I think that's more of the important items. Next slide. Key considerations for council is the project timing. The San Antonio Coordinated Area Plan is in its beginning stages, but this project would go through the PHZ process prior to that. The scale of the building is 3 stories taller than what is proposed and actually previously approved as well for 800 San Antonio. And the design does not include step backs from the side property lines as would typically be required for that type of height difference. As I mentioned previously, this project proposes reduced parking and no on-site commercial use. And council may also weigh in on the below market rate as well as the ownership versus renter model. Next slide. As a PHZ project, the City Council in 2020 provided these 4 options for PHZ projects. The first being a 20% below market rate, evenly distributed across the very low, low, and moderate income levels. The other option provides a weighted distribution. So the very low units would be weighted as a slightly higher percentage towards that 20% required, and the moderate income would be weighted slightly less. But the average would still need to be 20% at 80% AMI and no less than 15% of the actual units. A third option is to provide 10% of the units at the very low income bracket, which is 31 to 50% annual median income, plus full payment of the housing impact fees. And then the last option would be off-site housing, doing 2 projects. At the time, there had been expressed interest from at least one developer to do, one market rate housing project in conjunction with an 100% affordable project. Next slide. In terms of the motion tonight, staff recommends that council conduct the pre-screening and provide informal comments regarding the applicant's request to rezone the properties from service commercial to planned home zoning. The comments provided during the pre-screening process are not binding. Next slide. Thank you. This concludes my presentation. The applicant also has a presentation. Thank you.
Okay, the applicant can step up. What's the timing on this? Is it 10, Maheo?
Yes.
Okay.
Good? Okay, good. Hi, good evening. Oh. Mic up, thank you. Good evening, members of City Council. My name is Megan Watson. I'm representing Grub Properties tonight. I first just want to thank you for your time and consideration of our proposal. I also want to thank Director Late and our senior planner, Emily Callis, for their time as well on the presentation tonight. With that in mind, I'll keep my comments here very brief and high level as there's already been a great deal of content provided. So firstly, Grub Properties, just to introduce us, we are a national multifamily developer, owner, operator. We own our assets long-term. We operate them ourselves, and most importantly, we intentionally are not a luxury developer. We are specifically focused on trying to provide housing for the missing middle, and that's a really key component in consideration of all of our projects across our portfolio. Can you go to the next slide? The next one, yeah, thank you. So as Ms. Callis mentioned, we're here before you with a proposal for a new 168 rental unit plan. It's 8 stories, 85 feet, 74 parking stalls. And we understand is a big deviation from the existing entitlement. I think one of the key things to note that is a driver for the height and the additional stories is that the parking in this proposal is above grade. So it's 2 levels on levels 1 and 2 where the parking is situated, whereas previously it was 2 levels of subterranean in the existing entitlement. Next slide. A couple of reasons, just background as to why are we here. So Grubb acquired the asset in 2022. It was already entitled at that time. It was entitled in 2021, as mentioned in the staff presentation by a previous developer. The original entitlement did allow for condos, but it also provided or had a provision that it could be rental property as well. And that was important to our business decision in buying the asset. We are exclusively a rental developer. We don't build condos or ownership units. So that was an important component to why we acquired this project in 2022. A number of things have changed since then. And of course, those things most of them are beyond the control of anyone in this room, but they are key forces at play that have a real impact on feasibility of housing, broadly speaking. That includes construction costs, interest rates, et cetera, which are continuing to be a limiting factor for us. We have had the impact fees related to parks that we've been vocal about that has been challenging for this site as well. We know this is an important site for your ongoing housing element needs, and we look forward to being a partnership with that as well. And then next slide. On the slide here, you can see the 2 proposals, the new one being on the bottom there. We know there was a pretty robust and lengthy process with the ARB previously, and that a lot of time and consideration was given for the existing entitlement related to design and materials. So our intent was to keep the spirit of what was previously reviewed. We hope that's reflected here. We, of course, are still working with the same design and architectural team on this project as well for that continuity. Next slide. Just wanted to provide a little bit of context here. As mentioned in the staff presentation, there are a couple other housing projects on deck right now for San Antonio Road. So just wanted to highlight how we fit in those. Of course, 800 San Antonio, just directly to the north of us, which is also being heard tonight. Directly to the south of us being 762, the Builder's Remedy project. You can see how we are situated on that elevation on the top of the page. And then addition the 2 projects over along Fabian Way for reference. Next slide. We felt it was important to really understand how we fit in, not just within the San Antonio Road corridor, but for other key housing projects that are being processed with the city right now. And we thought there were some interesting findings here and how we relate to those that we'll go into a little bit more detail. But I hope that this slide finds it helpful and see how our height requests, the number of stories, how we're tackling parking with it being a podium or above grade product, as well as the FAR, is really pretty similar to a lot of other housing proposals being with the city right now. Next slide. So site coverage and FAR, again, as mentioned, there are special setbacks along San Antonio Road. These were part of the original or existing entitlement, and we've maintained those in this proposal as well. There also is a decent setback along Leghorn, and so our site being situated on a corner lot, that is something that does impact our horizontal build area. And it is part of the driver for why you're seeing that increase in height for our site in particular, is really to offsite and to balance that. And then the FAR at us at 3.3. Our findings is that's pretty consistent with what we're seeing with other projects. I think there's the one thing to note though, is how does that stand up against the current San Antonio Road HIP and the other GM RLM focus area nearby. The FAR that's currently provided for in those two zoning would obviously would be a limiting factor for this proposal. Whereas on the El Camino focus area, there is the 4.0 FAR, which would allow for something like this, which I thought was an interesting comparison. Next slide. Okay, parking. Do you want to touch on this? So mention that one, we are proposing to bring these above grade. We actually took the existing design and did submit for building permits. And as part of that permitting process, as we continued the design development, it became very clear that the below grade parking was just cost prohibitive for us. It ended up being around $100,000 per stall, which is on the very high end for subgrade parking. So for us, from that design element, that's really important to bring that parking above grade to get it a little bit more feasible for us for this project. The other thing is recognizing that this is a 0.43 per unit parking ratio, and that is on the lower end relative to other housing projects. One thing to note about Grub Properties, we have and are planning to build in other markets zero parking properties. It's something that we really believe in. We think that there's a market and an appetite for that, and that it's a sustainable way to see the future. And as an owner operator, it's something we are very comfortable with. We think that there are ways to achieve this through multimodal transportation options such as bikes, scooters, incorporating shuttle stops, EV share programs. There are a lot of opportunities here that would make us, that we believe allow for this type of parking ratio to really be successful. And then next slide is the last one. So on height, we already talked about a couple things that's driving this. The parking is a big one. Also just the construction type, which would be 5 stories of wood frame over 3 levels of concrete, is a really successful construction typology for this type of product. And I think that you'll see some of that continuity and consistency through other housing proposals. And then, of course, with the 85-foot height ask here, you see through other proposals that they are starting to get into that higher 70, lower 80, even the Fabian Way at the 88 feet, starting to ask for that type of height. So we think this is pretty consistent with generally what the housing needs are in this current environment of 2025. And while the San Antonio and the GM focus area don't presently provide for that level of height, we are seeing that this type of height has been accommodated for in the El Camino focus area. I think just showing that there is recognition that this type of height is needed for these housing proposals to move forward. So with that, I will close. And again, I just want to thank everyone tonight for your consideration of this proposal, and we look forward to your feedback.
Okay, why don't we go to public comment?
We have 3 requests to speak. Our first speaker is Amy A.
Good evening, Amy Ashton, Palo Alto Forward. First of all, if you haven't read Paved Paradise yet, Grub Properties is featured in that book as an example of a developer that does mid-range housing with very low parking rates, and also a fantastic book. So I highly recommend reading that, or at least reading the chapter about Grub Properties. It's really informative. I suppose this comment relates to both the next 2 items. 288 units are proposed in an area we have designated for housing. This is great. It's the outcome we all hope for. This is what we want. But I urge you to think creatively tonight. There's no perfect project or perfect timing. And with our climate crisis, housing shortage, trade and financing issues, we really need to think clearly about how we can enable housing. We also know the San Antonio master plan won't be done until early 2028, and we cannot put these projects on hold till then. That's too long. So why not be innovative? Perhaps extend the GM RLM zoning, which is right across the street, to these two sites. These projects are very close to those standards, and I hear Director Lay in my ear saying EIR capacity issues. I don't know. Perhaps that could be handled in the master plan EIR. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of creative ideas to keep this project moving forward and simplify. Perhaps we change the PHZ process for housing. We have a conservative PTC and a very forward-thinking ARB. Why not change the process to perhaps an ARB study session and PTC hearing instead of multiple hearings and multiple rounds where projects get ping-ponged around with differing views and sometimes differing members of these boards and commissions? This would also free up staff to do other important planning work if they're not constantly writing staff reports and providing them to all these hearings. It's a lot of work for them. At the very least tonight, please encourage these two projects to move forward as they are. We need all types of housing at many price and rent levels with varying development standards. These projects will still take years in the PHC process, but at least we have some hope for these units. So thank you.
Our next speaker is Steve L.
The project is on a site that the council designated as a great site for housing when they approved the prior application, which is part of our pipeline. As Amy and applicant has said, two things have happened since the original, I think it was 2019, and then you approved it in 2021. One is the council designated nearby properties as excellent sites for a whole variety of incentives. You can call that GMROLM, or you can call it great places to build housing and have a multitude of incentives. The second thing that happened is in my field. Labor costs have gone up. Material costs have gone up. Long-term interest rates are much higher than they were in either 2019 or 2021. It's not anyone's fault, certainly not the council's fault, but that is an economic reality that I've heard in the finance committee meetings that I've gone to, where the council members have talked to the impact of rising labor and construction costs on other projects in the city where the costs have risen. I can send you 85 articles that the cost increases are real. What can you do? Since this is a pre-screen, I certainly agree with Amy that we are hopeful that you will give encouragement to the applicant and the applicant in 800. I'd hate to lose these projects for the city and out of the pipeline. I would be hopeful, as Amy said, Jonathan, there ought to be a way, since these projects have been priorly approved on, these sites have been previously approved, to shorten what will be a time intensive for staff and a cost intensive, another increase in cost for both the 788 and the 800 applicants. If we can find a way to reduce this project, since most of the elements have already been reviewed by council. I'm hopeful that you will give encouragement. We really do need rental housing for the missing middle. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jaime V.
Good evening, Mayor, Lau, and council members. My name is Jaime Vasquez, and I'm a field representative for the Carpenters, NorCal Carpenters Local 405. I'm here tonight to hopefully start a dialogue how the proposed development at 788 San Antonio Road, the 8-story building. We understand that the urge of addressing Palo Alto's housing needs, and we agree more housing is critical, but we also believe that it's equally important to talk about how the housing is built and who builds it. As the city considers to rezoning requests, we urge you to prioritize labor standards. That means requiring skilled and trained workforce, supporting state certified apprenticeship programs, and promoting local hiring. So that economic benefits, the development reach the people who live and work in our region. We're not here to oppose housing. We're here to support responsible housing. Housing that's safe, sustainable, and built by workers who are treated with dignity and paid a fair wage. Let's start the conversation now during the study session so that if this project moves forward, it does so on a foundation of fairness, opportunity for both renters and workers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mariah C. Mariah C., you should be able to unmute yourself and speak. That concludes public comment on study session item 3.
Okay, thank you. Let's come back to the dais for comments and or questions. And obviously, you can address the applicant as well as staff. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A quick question of staff. So this site was not originally included in the housing element. Just wanted to get clarification, and it seems related also to the next pre-screening too.
Because both of these projects, they were included as pipeline projects, so they are accounted for as the previously entitled projects.
Okay, but the increase in units.
The increase in units would count towards the RENA numbers, certainly.
Okay. Upon the building permit being issued.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I wanted clarification on. Thank you, I appreciate it. Do we know, so there doesn't seem to be any setbacks on the upper floors where the building height exceeds the height of surrounding buildings?
Correct. All 8 floors have generally the same footprint as the lower floors, with the exception of at the front where the courtyard, elevated courtyard open space is.
Okay. And curious, the applicant showed a graphic during their presentation that basically showed kind of the scale of this proposed project to surrounding buildings, which mostly are I guess, proposed projects. At this point, staff have a chance to kind of look at that and just agree that that scaling looks right to you based on what we know has been proposed at surrounding sites?
That is definitely something we take a deeper look at during the formal application than the pre-screening. But yeah, we believe it's generally accurate.
Okay. So there was one part of the staff report I was a bit confused on. It was regarding BMR. So I'm wondering if you can clarify the BMR portion from that staff report. It says that 20% of units in PHZ needs to be BMR units, but then says because these are rental units, they don't need to provide the units on site, but that the applicant is choosing to provide 15% of the units at an unspecified affordability level. So I'm just kind of confused what is required here. Is that such a big part of at least that public benefit that we're going to be looking for in this project?
Definitely. That was reflecting that. So for non-PHZ projects, rental projects always have the option to provide the units on site or pay in lieu fees. The intent with the PHZ is to provide the units on site, and the requirement for that is approximately 20%. In my presentation, I went over where there's a couple different options.
So maybe just to put a finer point on it, there is a requirement for 20% inclusionary as a part of a PHC. The applicant would have to meet that standard.
Even though it's rental?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. Vasquez, sorry? Yes, got it right? Okay, great, thank you. Raised, I thought, a really important issue regarding labor standards on this project. And I think just generally the question about labor standards with all development in Palo Alto. Can staff remind, I mean, do we have any regulations around that or greater kind of regulations at the state level that might apply here?
Not presently, but as part of the housing element, the city council did include a program that requires staff to partner with the carpenters union to explore opportunities for further engagement on that. We have not had a chance to implement that program yet, as we're working on some of the more time sensitive ones that are set forth by the state, but we do have that as on our list of things to do.
Great. I think we should speed it up and Director Late meet Mr. Vasquez. I hope you two can exchange information today and get that conversation started. I think that's a really important piece. And one, it's great to see these proposals coming at a faster and faster rate, but that means if we don't get that work get started soon, I think we're going to miss a lot of opportunities. So I think that's really critical that we are honoring the labor that we have here in the region and providing those well-paying jobs, and especially all the standards that go along with it. Then I got one more question. This is probably a question for the applicant, because I know the staff report says currently there's no loading space provided. I guess staff doesn't know anything beyond that, correct?
The only thing I would add is that the zoning code development standards requires a loading space for any development that has more than 50 units. So that would be something that council would be considering as an exception to the underlying zoning standards with the PHC rezoning.
And does that mean if it has, like this has 168 proposed units, that would require 3 loading spaces, or is just 1 if it's over 50?
I believe the code is still just 1 for over 50.
1 for every 50?
No.
Okay, just 1 over 50. Thanks. Can the applicant through the mayor then address that question, the plans to include that?
Yes, thank you. So our plan for loading is consistent with what's existing or already improved, and that would be off of Leghorn. So there's a designated loading zone that is on the street along Leghorn. It's also where we would stage our trash and recycling pickup, and that is already approved, and our intent is to keep that exactly as was approved.
Okay, so there will be 1 space. And then, Mr. Mayor, I know I'm over time. Can I ask one more question of the applicant while I have them?
Yep. Yes.
Thank you. I'm wondering, you talked about, I mean, this project is woefully underparked. I think there's a lot of concerns with that. It's about 1.5 miles away from the nearest Caltrain station. Yeah, there's some bus service, but it's not the most walkable neighborhood. I mean, there's a lot the city is hoping to be able to accomplish with our San Antonio focus area. You mentioned in your comments that just as a company, you believe in the ability to reduce parking. That's great. But you just kind of briefly touched on TDM. Can you speak in more detail to that in order to be able to kind of justify the 63% reduction in required parking?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great question. To the comment of it being woefully underparked at Grub, we would say that's a matter of opinion. again, we would happily build a zero parking project. And I genuinely mean that, and we have done that and are planning to do that in other jurisdictions. The items that we're talking about, one, there's already a pretty robust bike parking solution here. But the other options that are really intriguing to us are really tapping into rideshare programs and making sure there's appropriate drop-off areas for things like Lyft and Uber and Waymo. We also know there's a lot of great employment throughout the area that offers shuttle services for employees. We've partnered with other employers in other cities where we actually have accommodated a shuttle stop at or very close by to our property. We'd love to have those conversations and have that be part of the solution. So there's really a range of different things that we could do. And ultimately, the best project to alleviate parking is the project that is a car-free community. So we really believe in it and have seen that there's appetite for that out there.
But as of now, you're only identifying one kind of loading, unloading, ride share space?
Well, we have the loading off of Leghorn, but given feedback from council tonight, I think considering a better or more enhanced drop-off zone, if there was appetite for this reduction in parking, would definitely be something we look to consider. Yeah.
And I think that's something that would need to be developed because, I mean, a lot what you said seems to be relying on ride share and a potential shuttle service. But given how many residents would live here, which is a great thing, if so many are going to have to rely on not having a vehicle, I would imagine the space that's identified now would not be adequate to be able to serve all those people, especially morning commute hours, afternoon commute hours, et cetera. So that would be an ongoing concern. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You can stay up there. I have a few questions. Starting at sort of the bigger picture, most of the, you helped in your introduction explain part of this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Which is that, you know, a lot of developers that we talk to say the best project to build right now is townhomes for sale. Economically, that really works. So we're getting calls tonight for members of the public to be members of the public, from the members of the public to be creative. And, you know, we need that cooperation on the part of the developer too. So just because that's, you know, on the table and you explained that, you know, you do rentals, given what you're running into, that 5 years later, you can't do the project that was already approved. Isn't that some sort of creativity that you could include in your products going forward? I mean, have some ownership product and some rental product, which helps the economics and, you know, makes it pencil better.
Yes, and I think it's something that a lot of developers are choosing to do for that exact reason. Ultimately, there's a lot of us out there with different wants and needs and business strategies. So we are definitely seeing that amongst our peer group. At Grub Properties specifically, it's not something we are interested in doing.
Okay. Okay. I'm just encouraging you as the developer coming to us later after you put a lot of work into it and we put a lot of work into it and we thought it was done and now we're restarting, that we have to have some creativity on both sides if this is going to work. If in a couple of years costs go up again, do you come back and say, well, now we can't make it and we need more density? I mean, that's what we want to try to stay away from, all sides, right? So the other thing you talked about is you are always owners and you stay with it for the long term. So we don't see your pro formas and don't need to, but it worked before, it didn't now because of cost increases. What is the model? Obviously, it doesn't mean you're not trying to get this ready to flip it. So you're doing some internal model that gets you ROI for, is it for investors or is that?
Yeah, we have various mechanisms for how we invest in different deals. Each one's a little bit different and have different financial needs. But yeah, it's typically a 10-year hold where we're looking at that in terms of just a financial perspective. That doesn't mean we only hold it for 10 years. We've held our assets for much longer than that.
Okay. Just to comment on the height, you referenced the fact that we're doing 85 feet on El Camino Real, that's exactly right, with setbacks. So it seems like you're asking for half of the program, not the whole program that worked there. So that, you know, that's a bit of a problem. I have a number of other questions, but I'm gonna go on to some other members first. Councilmember Lou?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions to staff just to start out. Yeah, and so feel free to sit down. One housing element question following up on Councilmember Stone. So this was included in our baseline calculations. If we do not move forward, or hypothetically, that would pull it from the baseline. In cases like that, are we expected to find more units to come up and compensate for that? Or would we rely on our buffer? Is there any state practice that we've seen before?
You know, I don't have a direct answer to that question. I think those are all things that we would have to follow up with, look at the state law and review the requirements of how that factors in after the housing element's been certified. But these are units that we did identify as part of the pipeline, which meant we did not have to plan for them.
Yeah, I can answer that. It would be treated like any other shortfall compared to what was projected. And so if we had sufficient buffer, we could rely on that. And if not, we would have to identify other opportunities.
Okay, thank you. One more other just kind of question for context. Can you remind me about the latest of how park impact fees are calculated and the time at which we collect the impact fees?
I can definitely answer the second part of that, which is in compliance with more recent state laws. The impact fees are not required to be collected until building occupancy. So at the time that the planner and others would be going out for final inspections for building occupancy, we would also be invoicing and collecting the fees.
And to the other part of your question, I believe it was last year, the city council changed its formula from a per unit basis to a per square foot basis following a analysis by our that converted that fee. So it's on a per square foot basis now.
Okay. Thank you. And maybe there's more. I'll look into that offline about the levels and so on. The public commenters also referred to potential issues with EIRs at the staff level and staff workload. My impression was that that was just some, work that was expected of staff to move projects forward. Is there any comment on that or any constraints?
I think the first comment related to the work that went into establishing the GM ROLM increased zoning that was done as part of the housing element implementation. That environmental analysis anticipated a certain number of units on the housing element. So when we go beyond that, that just requires additional analysis that at this point has not been done. I'm not sure what the second comment was in reference to in terms of staff processing. We would look at the project in accordance with CEQA and do what was required.
Right. I think it was almost implied through public comment that there'd be some limitations in staff bandwidth, but it doesn't sound like there's anything underlying that.
Other than the resources we have, it's just part of the work that is done.
Okay. I'm low on time, so I'll save comments for later. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So first, a higher level question for Director Late. We haven't really begun the coordinated area plan for the San Antonio area, but are there any aspects of this project that would raise a concern about what we might anticipate from a coordinated area plan.
So much of that is to be revealed, but given the existing right-of-way in this location and the fact that there's a 20-foot special setback that's being respected, we believe that it would accommodate any future roadway improvements that are likely to take place on that road.
So that's the one aspect, trying to create bike lanes. Any other aspects? I mean, we aren't having the retail that was in the prior project. So that would be one of the components of a coordinated area plan. What services are there, especially as it ties into TDM programs? When we have limited parking and we're trying to induce other means of transportation, local access to transit and services are critical. So that would be another question, is what about loss of the ability to have even the modest amount of retail or retail services within walking distance?
Yeah, my initial response was really focused in on the right-of-way improvements that might be needed for different multimodal transportation, but you're absolutely correct. Understanding what parking is available where, what kind of services that people would walk to versus drive to are all part of that. I think the original project had somewhere around 1,000 square feet, and there was a lot of discussion about the previous use, and that's why I think there was a lot of community support for the existing use that was there, and that was brought over as a condition, maybe related to that, but also related to the understanding and interest of having retail retail services that serve the building.
Yeah, I think the original was 1,800 square feet of retail on a smaller project. I'll just note on comments, I agree with the mayor that setbacks are important. We have, we're moving to higher building heights, but we don't want just a tunnel corridor feel to our corridors, whether it's on El Camino or San Antonio. And so I think that is an important requirement. I will note that when we had the Excel property project, that setback became either private open space or common open space, so it's an amenity for the project. A couple questions for the applicant, if I may, Mayor. So first, what common amenities are anticipated? I know it's early in the project, but we're up 168 units. And so what common amenities are you envisioning?
So we've got a handful. One, the open space is important. We actually do have a rooftop lounge proposed here. We also have an outdoor courtyard. This is oriented in a C shape. And so on top of the level 3 podium, there's an outdoor courtyard element that would be available to all residents. Other aspects that are really important to us are having a fitness center, as well as a co-working lounge. With the rise of remote working, having a business center that's functional but enjoyable to be in is important. Also, dog wash and dog run. Our residents love their dogs, and so we always like to have an amenity for that. And then this is a state law, but it's something we would do anyways, is our property manager will live on site, and we have a very inviting leasing lobby.
Let me jump to my final question. I'm a strong supporter and advocate of transit use and biking and other alternative modes of transportation. But I am taken back by that your parking ratio is about 1/3 of what our other high density projects are.
Sure.
And while actually I checked and you're closer to a mile or so from the San Antonio Caltrain station, that's still outside kind of the normal half-mile distance. I guess I would say I'm skeptical about the ability at this location where very strong parking reduction projects are done. There are walkable services, retail and other services. There is walkable transit. And this doesn't really have either of those. So you're talking about an extremely low parking project in an area that doesn't lend itself to the kind of the guiding principles around significant parking reduction with very strong TDM programs. So I'll just say that I think more parking is needed, but I would be open to seeing how much is required based upon really the concrete elements of an extremely strong TDM program, including one of the things that I think has been underutilized is car sharing. And hopefully that would be a part of it. Thanks.
Councilmember Lithcott Ames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With your permission, I'd like to ask some questions of the applicant.
Certainly.
I want to open by saying thank you. I'm generally speaking excited by 168 units and 8 stories in an area of town that I truly believe can support that. And I thank you, your colleagues, and our staff for working so hard to bring us to this point. I want to acknowledge that you've said that you all, or this property, 788 San Antonio, was the catalyst for the HIP program. And it's now potentially an early project in our much expanded vision for turning San Antonio Road and its environs into a proper neighborhood. I noted in your application that you said, as the city begins the process of crafting the San Antonio area plan, our intent is to work in collaboration with you for the broader vision of this area, and that feels very exciting to me. And I also appreciate that you said, despite Builder's Remedy being an available avenue for us, Grubb never felt this was the appropriate pathway for our project, as our intent is to move forward in partnership with Palo Alto. So what you've presented to me feels, I do feel that intent of partnership and figuring this out together. This is an exciting location in the city, and you know what you've proposed is a potentially exciting component of an important new neighborhood. I agree with my colleague's sentiment that your extremely low parking doesn't yet lend itself to, you're proposing extremely low parking in an area that doesn't yet lend itself to significant parking reduction. You have a lot of confidence around that based on what you've done in other places. And I think you're gonna want to really prove that point to us about how something completely different, something that envisions a different future, can really bridge us and get us to that future. So bring it. I agree with Councilmember Stone's questions on labor standards. Mr. Vasquez, appreciate your speaking up in public comment. We are interested in looking at how things are built and who builds them. We want workers to be treated with dignity and paid a fair wage. And we like apprenticeships and local hire, healthcare for workers, all of that matters. And look forward to hearing about your commitment to that. Your BMR plans, I think you indicated 15% while we require 20% for a PHZ. What are your plans for BMR?
Yeah, so as part of the pre-screening application, we were not certain how or exactly what mechanism this would be processed vis-a-vis the PHZ, which is proposed. So as submitted, we kept the 15% because that was what was consistent with the existing. But if 20% were the requirement and we could get some more clarity on what that would be, it's not an issue for us.
Terrific. I know staff would be happy to get you that clarification. Yeah. Okay, that's it for you. I'm going to turn the remainder of my time to staff, please. Thank you so much. Ms. Callis, thank you for your presentation. Can you remind me where we are, if anywhere, in reviewing the suitability of the recently increased park impact fees, or is that not something that we're taking a further study of at this moment?
Are you referring to the fee study that's underway, or?
I honestly can't recall in the fee study that's underway whether the park impact fees, which Grubb points out have been significantly hiked, are being studied.
Yeah, and I may have overstated underway. We are about to release a request for proposals to solicit responses to a development impact fee study. Yes, it does include the park fees.
It was, somebody made the remark that extending the GMROLM zoning right across the street might enable us to get more of what we're looking for on this side of the street. I wonder what your thoughts were when that comment was raised.
So we did the zoning that was required as part of the housing element to plan for our units. We deliberately did not extend it further or extend changes to the housing incentive program in this area as we did in other parts of the city because of the pending work that we want to do on the San Antonio area plan. We didn't want to get ahead of that study in that context, but I do think that there was, at least at a staff level, an expectation or understanding that there would be some changes, further changes on San Antonio. We just didn't want to get ahead of that plan.
Okay, I get that. Thank you. I guess relatedly, we've seen that the PHZ projects can take quite some time because of the many steps, layered steps required. And, as you sit here looking ahead to all that's coming in PHZ land, do you have thoughts about how that process could be streamlined a little bit to be more efficient, less time consuming for staff and all concerned?
So I have some thoughts about that. Rather than double down on the PHC process, I'd rather us come up with some objective standards that the community can expect when a project's being proposed and developers can use to develop projects. I think the PHC process is a release valve that has helped us in this interim time when we're trying to right-size our zoning. I don't think it's a long-term strategy.
Thank you for that. And finally, if I may, Mr. Mayor, and I'm a little bit over, just one more question. I remember the San Luis Obispo kids doing a little bit of preliminary work in furtherance of our one day having a San Antonio area plan. I remember sort of a boulevard, a green space down the middle of San Antonio in some of that visioning work. And I just wonder if the current special setback for San Antonio was something that was kind of on the table as people were envisioning green space down the middle as opposed to bike lanes on the side, or if we really have no idea whether green space down the middle could be accommodated by the San Antonio setback as it's the special setback as it's currently written.
I think it's possible. I think the more that we add to San Antonio, the more right-of-way we need. And while we have some decent right-of-way at most aspects along San Antonio Road, it's not complete. And depending on what sort of open space concepts are envisioned, it may be that the amount of right-of-way that we have presently, combined with other improvements that we want to see with bike lanes or bus lanes or whatever other sort of multimodal solutions, it may not be sufficient, even based on the 25% setbacks. I think these are the things that we need to understand as we get into the plan.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Councilmember Rectal.
Yeah, I really like the height and the fact that, 85 feet is big, but that's become standard now in El Camino, and that allows us to have more units. But the El Camino focus area is much different. It has the step backs at higher floors. This doesn't. It has one parking spot per unit. This doesn't. So even though this has the potential, I really think we can hopefully make this work. I think there really are things that make me really nervous about this. And one of them is the step back. It's going to feel like a canyon there. And having that step back allows you to have bigger balconies. It wouldn't necessarily go unused. Those higher units with big balconies would be very attractive. So you would be able to make up for that. The fact that you don't have as much floor area, you may make that back by making it more attractive. It also be more attractive to the people on the street. And I think it just makes it has a better feel of it than having a big wall. We don't want a big wall on both sides of San Antonio. The second thing is the parking is that, this is really not a transit rich area, and El Camino is, and we're going down to one parking spot per unit and on El Camino. Here, it's going to be much more challenging. Your TDM program is going to have to knock it out of the park in order to be able to support this low parking. And the danger is that if your TDM program isn't, and those cars end up in the street, you make subsequent developments that much harder. Because once all that parking is on the streets, it's going to make it real hard for other developers to use the street at all. And so the first mover may actually make the second mover much harder to do. The same thing with commercial. This doesn't have commercial. We really want distributed commercial, and isolated commercial is really hard to pull off. And so your lack of commercial is going to make the next building harder to put commercial in. We really want that commercial spread over the area so it becomes more of a shopping center as opposed to just residences with no shopping where people have to get in their cars to go shop. And that's what we don't want. And it is close to Google, and you may be able to really get people to bike or take the Google shuttle to work. But unfortunately, Google engineers have pretty good salaries, and they're probably going to have a car for the weekends. And so that makes me nervous that even if you're able to cut down the weekday trips, you may end up still with people having cars and needing parking. So I hope we can make this work. I'm really nervous about it. I think this parking is really has, based on some wishful thinking, that doesn't reflect Palo Alto, doesn't reflect the site that you're building it on. Thank you.
Councilmember Lou?
Thank you. And I'll make some quick comments. So I think it's worth just thinking about what the prior version of this project had, which I was not the council at the time of approving it, but would make it very easy for me to approve. And the retail for me means a lot. I think having a large and green rooftop space that's actually facing San Antonio and gets eyes on the street means a lot, and was a significant downgrade from that version of the courtyard / rooftop garden to this version of the courtyard / rooftop garden. I think podiums are not ideal, for parking, not in the sense that I inherently value underground parking, but in the sense that it takes away space for retail or other uses that can actually face the street. So I have those concerns, and I think they're largely at ground level and at the rooftop level. I'm maybe similar to what Councilmember Rechtel said, I'm not that concerned about the height or the density, but I think as you move forward, you should consider step backs or more varied massing, really from both the San Antonio and from the other kind of street angle to just have some sort of visual interest and not make it feel like a canyon. On parking, I am a little bit more optimistic and excited to see how this goes for you. I was very excited this weekend to get off the wait list for Waymo in Palo Alto and Mountain View. And so now I actually have that option to get 24/7, presumably pretty efficient rideshare services. And of course, we can't really count on a private company to be part of your TDM, but it makes me more optimistic about projects like this and more ambitious parking ratios. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt?
Yeah, I'll be quick just to summarize both my concerns and what I heard from several of my colleagues. As I think about this even more in the context of the San Antonio area plan and what will be needed to make housing work for the entire corridor. We could look at maximizing housing on a given site and undermine the success of housing on the corridor if we don't do things right. So I think retail needs to be returned to it. There'll be revenue from the retail. It's not a net loss. It may not be as high as the residential, I don't know, but it's not a complete net loss. I think the upper story setbacks are critical. I do want to commend the construction method of mass timber, which is a cost reduction and an environmental improvement from embedded carbon, which is an extremely important part of the environmental impact of construction projects. The height is higher than elsewhere, and that's a stretch. But I would be more open to it if these other standards are met. And then lastly, I support the aggressive TDM measures and the belief that Grub can really reduce the parking demand. I am skeptical about reducing it 2/3 from other more transit-oriented and more service-oriented locations. So those are my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Oops, sorry, I didn't see your light come on. Go ahead.
That's because I thought you had another set of questions, so I was waiting. Okay, just one last question really on parking. I do agree that we can't have, this tunnel down San Antonio and that we're going to have some step backs in order to make it work within its context. My question on parking is, here before us is a proposal that's woefully underparked, as my colleague put it. Some might disagree. Visionary for the future and having very little parking. The next item is proposing more parking than it had before. And I just wonder that perhaps this is a question for staff. I'm not sure if it's for the applicant, but does the city ever get involved in helping adjacent property owners figure out how to even out parking demand, one leasing spaces from the other? If one is more capable of providing more parking for whatever reason, and one is capable of providing less, is that kind of a supply and demand problem that can be worked out through leasing of spots? Is that something we've ever facilitated or encouraged? Do we allow it?
Yeah, it certainly could be allowed as a part of this process. I think both projects are seeking planned home zoning regulations, and it would be great if there was an opportunity to find some synergy between the two developments, if that could be achieved.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next review, which is 808, 814 San Antonio Road. Same request for PHC.
You may notice a little overlap of some of the content on these slides. Yeah, so we can go to the next one. Next. So this is a proposal to amend the existing PHZ on 800 San Antonio. This is proposing 120 residential units in a 5-story structure with an underground parking garage. The 5 stories is largely the same as the project that was approved in 2024. Next slide. This project is directly next door to the last one. Next slide. Okay, thank you. In comparison to the previously approved project, the approved PHZ included 75 ownership units. The proposed project is 120. The property owner is considering doing something similar to what 788 had mentioned about doing a condo map, but then renting the units, which is something that is allowable under our code. In terms of the setbacks, above grade, the proposed project complies with the special setback as well as the side and rear setbacks. However, below grade, the previously approved project encroached approximately 8 feet into the special setback for below grade parking, and that setback encroachment would increase to about 13 feet 9 inches as a part of this project, which proposes additional parking spaces. Again, the height and FAR are largely similar. In the previous project, 148 spaces were provided. In this, 179 spaces were proposed. As a part of some of the recent changes to the HIP zoning, the parking calculation did change since when this project had been through the PHZ process. Coincidentally, the new parking requirement for a HIP project would be 148 spaces. So from staff's perspective, additional parking isn't necessarily needed as a part of this project compared to what was previously entitled. In terms of the unit mix, there is an increase of studio units and one-bedroom units compared to the 7 one-bedrooms that were a part of the previous entitlement. And the 3 bedrooms, which were noted in the PHZ by council as being beneficial to families, would decrease from 16 to 6. The BMR distribution of the previous project met the 20% BMR requirement, including 6 very low units. And at this time, the applicant does not know what the distribution would be if this project moves forward with the increased number of units. Next slide. This slide compares the 2 to 788. This slide was included in the prior presentation. Next slide. Key considerations for 800 that are different than the other project includes the encroachment into the special setback, increased refuse needs as this project would do its staging along San Antonio, whereas the prior project is able to use Leghorn Street for their staging. And then again, just that the BMR has not yet been established. Next. And similarly, we are here to provide preliminary comments. Thank you. This concludes my presentation, and the applicant has a presentation as well. Thank you.
Okay, welcome to the applicant.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. A lot of the presentation here repeats what Emily has already capably stated, so I'm just going to run through it really quickly. Effectively, what we're talking about in terms of the form and appearance of the building is almost identical to what we had previously proposed. This is the updated version, and the next slide shows the previous version. And maybe we could flip back and forth between those. You can see that the changes are very subtle. Material's the same, the proportions of the windows the same, all of the major elements are the same, and just a few minor details are changed. Next slide. Here's the data that Emily's already stated. Really, the only thing that's notable here is that we did include parking in the same proportion as the previous scheme. I'm not sure I understand it correctly, but it sounds as if the proportion has changed, and therefore there may be a possibility of reducing parking from the 179, but we're happy to discuss that. Next slide. And the way that we were able to achieve these numbers is by using mechanical stackers for most of the footprint. That's what you see on the plan as the V sort of shape in each of the parking spaces. We have used this successfully in other projects in the peninsula, most recently at an affordable project in Redwood City, and we were able to double the parking. Next slide. Okay, so that's just the parking that's just below grade. We did talk about this during the approval process, that for the encroachment of the parking into the special setback, we would lower the lid there to a point where it did not interfere with any kind of potential future operations. Potentially, we would shift the parking spaces that are not on lifts to a location that's not in the setback to give it even more flexibility. Next slide. Just very little in the way of changes. There previously in this ground floor on the south of the courtyard, we had 2 community spaces. One of those has shifted to the lobby and has been replaced by a unit there in the bottom right corner of the courtyard. Otherwise, the retail is the same footprint, and the other functions on the floor are the same. We have bicycle parking addressing the street, and then also the utilities that are required facing the street. Next slide. So we'll just go through these very quickly. This shows the unit mix in general. And so there are more smaller units. And we've reduced the number of large units. Next. Pretty much the same story here. Next slide. And the next one. Oh, but we had a lot of plans in there. Next one. So another significant shift is, and because of the increased number of units, we were challenged previously with the amount of open space on the site. And so we're even more challenged now. And the solution would be to place quite a large roof deck on top of the building. And this will displace the mechanical and solar collection to the northeast corner. But by including this open space, we're able to meet the standard. Obviously, it would be a benefit to the project if there was some relief there, but we're prepared to do what's required by code. Next slide will show the previous deck, somewhat minuscule in comparison. And then the elevations, next slide. Here's the updated design. And then next slide. That's the entitled design. Maybe we can flip back and forth there. So just shifting of elements, a little bit of squeezing here and stretching there. And the last two slides the same. And then all those changes are really just to align with the new window locations beyond. All right, that is our presentation. I'm happy to entertain any questions you might have.
Thank you. Council members? Councilmember Rectal?
Yeah, I was on PTC when you came through it, and I really love this project. I really am sad that it's not built today, but we're getting a bigger one. So hopefully hopefully we can get this one built. I have some questions about one of the things I liked about the previous design is the 3 bedrooms. We don't see a lot of 3 bedrooms in the city, and we're decreasing that.
Correct.
Can you talk, was that a market issue or you just can't fit it in?
It is a market issue, I think, more than anything. The project sponsor is here to talk about the financial side if needed. But as I understand it, it is really the previous project is in the current environment is not financeable. And so getting underwriting for that particular unit mix, extremely difficult.
Because it was a for sale or just the distribution of units?
There's several things that have come up tonight from the previous project that are constantly on our mind. With all due respect to the labor, prevailing wage costs add about 20 or 30% to the project cost. And so that requirement has an influence on the ability to build. But probably more importantly at this point is construction material costs have risen at an average of 4 or 5% per month. So as we stand here today, the cost of the building is going up. All of those things together make it a very risky proposition. And the larger units for the area that you are putting out, you get less rent.
Okay. And you switch from sales units and condos to rentals. Can you talk about that?
I would say that it would be better to characterize it as we switch to the option to do either. The idea being that at the time that it's time to sign on the dotted line for the financing, we want to be able to say to whichever financier is available, these are for sale or these are for rent. The typical practice is if you do a condo map, then you rent for 10 years. That period allows you to get outside the limits of the construction liability. It's pretty well known in the industry. And therefore, it is a far less risky proposition. And again, those risks come down to what the finance partners are willing to take on, not necessarily what the sponsor is willing to take on.
And so is higher interest rates changing this decision, the ability to get financing?
Interest rates? Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think that's been our experience on other projects as well.
And so if you were able to get financing for both, do you have a preference about sales versus rental?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm the owner of the project. So we met and talked before. So main challenge we are facing after entitlement year last year, it is financing. We know the interest rate going up a lot, and we talked to various lenders, and so as a 75 unit, large unit, and usually they do appraisal based on the value to lend the construction. And after evaluation from this size and this number, they just couldn't provide a mass value. They have two values, final sales value and bulk value. Bulk value, usually they use, if you cannot sell, you have to do rent. That's appraisal lender take. So it's very hard to pass based on current interest rate, current environment. So we are struggle very hard. So make this change. To answer your question, you say, have we made mind to switch from a condo project to apartment project? Actually, it's not. We give us two options.
Okay.
But yeah, two options. We are condo developer, basically. But with this kind of change, we have a more smaller unit. We have a studio. This is more like you can do apartment or you can do condo. So that lender easy to approve, and hopefully we can build. That's the main intention. So as you can see outside, we have basically no change. Height, bulk, everything no change. And also we increased the parking number to meet the requirement. So that's our effort and our challenge now. So,
okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm sympathetic between higher interest rates and higher construction costs. It's really hard these days. But overall, yeah, I like this project. I like the step back up top. I like the parking. I like the fact that you still have commercial. I like the big roof deck. Before I was pushing to have a larger roof deck, and I got my wish because I
just for you.
Yeah, thank you. And also the bike room on the first floor. I think that's awesome because if quite often the bike rooms are down in the basement, and then you have to go down this and go right out. So this is a good project. I hope we can build it. Thank you.
Councilmember Stone.
Mayor, if I may, I just wanted to acknowledge that Vice Mayor Vinker has joined the meeting, and I believe she may have an announcement.
Okay, go ahead, Vice Mayor. You're on mute. No sound.
Maybe we move to Councilmember Stone and then we'll come back to Vice Mayor?
Great.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Rectal. I think this is a great project. I think it's an example of what we're looking for. It's providing what at least seems to be a significant amount of new housing, but at a scale that's appropriate for the area. It provides a diversity of different sized units to be able to accommodate families. Agree, disappointed in the reduction in 3 bedrooms, but understand the reason why. And hey, 6 3-bedroom units is better than none, which we see quite a lot of. Like the I believe require it's going to have 20% BMR.
Yes.
Okay.
I think what Emily was referring to earlier is that we haven't yet designated the exact units, but they will be in proportion to the unit types.
Perfect. Thank you. Then that makes it even better. Adequately parked. My one question, I'm curious on the parking for EV charging with the kind of the stacked system. How does that work?
It's really actually very tremendous. The EV infrastructure is built into the stackers. You pull your car in, you plug it in, and then you let it go to where it's going to rest. It is offered as a function of the stackers themselves.
And each stacker will have one?
Yes.
That is very cool. Okay, that is great. Thanks for that clarification. And I appreciate also the recognition of the uncertainty of the current work at the for the San Antonio area plan. I think accommodating that is really going to be important to make sure that we're able to expand our bike and pedestrian plans in the future. I also love the the extended rooftop deck. I think that's going to be a great amenity for everyone. I know you are hoping for maybe some flexibility there, but I think that's such a great part of the project. Now, if that's what it came down to as far as viability, it's worth having that conversation, but as proposed, I really like that. I really do hope I hope this is a rental unit. I think we need more rental units within the city. That's a real critical need. So I'm glad to see both projects tonight being presented, one being fully rental and one being considered. I hope you give that greater consideration, although it was really helpful to understand the financial kind of concerns and maybe some limitations there around rental. That makes I understand. I think the dearth of new rental units we're seeing. So I appreciate that. And there was I was again kind of confused with the staff report, but since I just have you, there will be a commercial space in this.
Yes.
Okay.
Approximately 1,000 square feet in the center of the ground level elevation.
Great, thank you. Yeah, my only confusion was I know in the staff report it said that there would be no impact to the jobs, housing imbalance, because this was 100% residential, but there will be some commercial space. So I just I wasn't exactly certain. So appreciate that. So glad we have that. I thought Councilmember Rectal's point on the last item was spot on. If we continue to allow exceptions with new housing projects, we're going to run into significant issues like we've seen in downtown Palo Alto on Cal Ave when we have a long-term vacancy, and that then causes issues for neighboring properties, and it's just a domino effect that is challenging to dig out of. And so appreciate that is here. I think that's going to be important, again, also because it's just not an easily walkable area for residents to be able to have that access is good. So really appreciate you working within the confines of our code, and I think just the vision that we have for this area. I hope others can kind of see if this is a viable project for you, that it should be also viable for others, and appreciate the coming back to us with a new project at a grander scale that really is going to work better for our community and hit those needs. So thank you. Looking forward to seeing it advance.
Mayor, I believe Vice Mayor Vinker's audio may have been resolved.
All right, let's try.
All right, Mr. Mayor, can you hear me this time?
There she is.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm my own IT staff, so it's kind of I've already won. Anyway, nice to be with you tonight. I am coming to you remotely by invoking the just cause provision of AB 2449. I am on business travel with the business of the Bay Area Air District. There are no adults 18 or older in the room with me, just me. So happy to be here. Oh, and I should say I was able, while getting here, to listen to the last item. And so heard the discussion there. And we'll go back and review any portions I missed.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple comments. I agree with my first two colleagues that have already commented that you really have done quite a good job of checking all the boxes and doing it within the constraints that are there. I say constraints from a developer standpoint, benefits from a city and a resident standpoint. So really appreciate that effort. And you did it all and added some units as well. The sort of trade-off there, I just raise this comment for the benefit of us up here, not for you, is that you went from 0 studios to 23. And one of the concerns that I have always had in the in the San Antonio area is we just have to be cautious as a city that we don't go all the way in that direction. And I think that it would also be detrimental to developers because only a certain number of people stay in a studio their whole lives. So I think we all have to be cautious about that. In this case, I think you did exactly the right thing to get this thing done. We have to be just cautious about that. I only had one other question about the lifts. These days, are you getting any pushback in other projects from renters about their concerns with, are they going to work? Can I get my car on time? That kind of stuff?
So we have I think that there is an initial resistance in every project where we've done them. And through just day-to-day operations, those concerns have been overcome. What happens is that the on-site staff will train people how to use them. And in terms of reliability, they're actually quite simple. The mechanism is very simple. That's not to say that they're 100% reliable. There are occasions when you have to get a car rental that's typically sponsored by the building because somebody has to come out and fix a chain or something like that. It's very rare though.
But you don't think it interferes with getting a signature on a lease?
So the project that I have in mind is in El Cerrito, and they are consistently around 95%. The lifts are actually just a portion of the parking. The rest of it is flat parking. The lift parking is generally full.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, I think, was next.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I may address the applicant through you.
Yes.
Generally speaking, I'm excited by your project and I thank you for bringing it forward, and for staff, I thank you as well for getting us to this point. Specifically, what excites me is the 120 units, that large roof deck. It was really quite expanded from the prior application, and no worries on parking and the retention of the 1,000 square feet in commercial, which, as Councilmember Rectal stated really beautifully in response to the prior applicant, it's so important that we spread the retail, or maybe in response to this applicant, it was this applicant. Previous, what?
It was the previous.
It was a previous one, thank you. It's all running together, all on one street. Important to spread the retail along this street because ultimately this is going to be one of the most urban feeling areas of our city, and a good urban environment provides those walkable retail amenities for residents, so they don't need cars. And so very excited that you've kept that in. I didn't see, I may have missed your plan for turnaround space or drop-off space when it comes to deliveries and rideshare. It's so common for those things to be happening in our lives, and we need to make room for them, and people can't just stop on San Antonio if there
No.
isn't a place to pull in.
Did you all get a copy of the printed packet? Okay, so on page A2.1, I can point out there's two locations. One is out on San Antonio. It's a Bulb Inn that is immediately opposite the trash bins. So on trash day, of course, that's where the truck would come to pick up the bins. But when not in use by the trash service, that would be available. But then also, if you look at the driveway, if you take a right into the driveway, there's another space that's just to the north of the trash bins that would be a holding spot for Lyft or Uber or other rideshare. So there's a couple of locations where that can be accommodated.
Thank you very much. That's it for me.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So first, I'll echo comments of my colleagues, appreciating the way in which you've approached this project, including that you have been able to retain retail. It's also a really interesting contrast between what you've brought forward on a project that works economically for you and what we're seeing in some other projects. And you know, we never get to see the pro formas, and so it's some kind of a black box. And we will hear from one developer, if you don't give us X and Y, the project won't work. And it's hard for us to know what's a legitimate request or demand and what isn't. This gives us a valuable reference point. And it does, you know, and we even had our last project we just finished reviewing, and others where, you know, colleagues have been concerned if a developer didn't get their builder's remedy bonuses, it wouldn't work. Well, we're seeing a real strong indication that that's not necessarily the case. And this is proof right here. I do want to, it sounds like the automated lift technology has continued to really make progress on both its reliability and ease of use. Is that generally the case that you would describe over since 10 years ago when we first started seeing this?
I would say yes, but I'm not sure it has been an advance in the technology because the technology is really so simple. It is, it's just really something that's been used for the last century for elevators and just translated to a smaller scale. Cars are actually not as heavy as we think of them. And so the mechanism, which is designed to handle much greater loads, has a fairly easy time with it.
Okay. And then lastly, I do want to ask you about your TDM program. In contrast to the last project that they were very aggressive in their low parking, you have a strong parking. I want to make sure that in addition to the parking you're providing, that there's really a strong TDM program. So can you speak to that briefly?
Transit demand management. No, I'm sorry. I think we took the path of meeting the parking goals. I think by putting the bike parking on the street, our assumption is that if the special setback becomes a bike path, then it's just that very easy direct access. But in terms of the other aspects of it, some of it has to do with just acknowledging that this part of Palo Alto is lean on transit options, but we expect that that will change. I think probably the next big change that we're all going to see and have to worry about then is automated cars.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll have better transit in this corridor in the coming years. It depends on some moving parts, but that's actually a concept that's being worked on. I will say that, and I'd be interested in any other colleagues that weighed in on this, that parking's expensive, whether for you or otherwise. And even though the last project looked like it may be too aggressive, I would be open to consideration of reducing the parking somewhat in exchange for a strong TDM program. And I'm under the belief that the economics for you would favor investing in the TDM program over having to provide unnecessary parking. And so I since we're late and this is a study session, any colleagues who want to weigh in on that concept, I think would be helpful. So it's not just a single council member, whether I'm an outlier or not, would be, I think, useful. So thank you.
Let's go to Vice Mayor on Zoom.
Thank you. And I want to add my thanks to the applicant. Generally, I really appreciate and am excited about this project that you've brought forward. Agree with my colleagues, +1 to the roof deck in its current configuration. I appreciate keeping the envelope of the structure the same, including the retail. I think that's important in this context. And I understand it would be difficult with the envelope and costs and such, but I do wish we could keep just a few more 3 bedrooms. I appreciate the studios, as the mayor said, but I know we're going from 16 down to 6, and I would love to see a couple more sort of for what we think of as that missing middle, people who may be starting families. And on the I'll be eager to see what you do on the rental versus condos question, because if it's a rental, it could be more accessible to residents without access to capital, but without condos, we lose perhaps some first-time homeowner opportunities for people as well. So I think there's pros and cons whichever way we go there. I have a question, and pardon me if when I was having my difficulties technically, if you answered this. Just a little curious about the parking garage where it now protrudes into the setbacks on all 4 sides, I believe. And I'm just trying to understand what the impact of that is, because I saw that staff recommends using the HIP requirement so that there wouldn't be further protrusions. But what is like the structural impact? Is there impact to utilities, anything else? If someone, either staff or applicant, could just tell me a little bit about the practical impact of that.
Well, thank you, Councilmember. So I'll speak to, I'll use this opportunity maybe to answer a slightly different question or maybe related. I do think there is, this project was approved at a time before we were thinking about the San Antonio area plan corridor as we are now. And so there are aspects of this design that I think probably do need to be changed in this next review process. These encroachments into the front, the special setback on San Antonio, for instance, I think we want to maintain the ability to place any number of infrastructure improvements in there that may be impacted by the weight of a roadway within the special setback. I'm not suggesting that there's going to be a drive lane immediately adjacent to the building, but I think we want to preserve our options. And so I'm concerned about encroachments into the special setback, or where we're using the special setback to support any loading type of activities, whether it's ride share or refuse collection. So those are some things that we'd want to take a look at when the application is formally submitted. It might result in some design changes relative to parking, some parking reduction, which may get to the TDM plan. But as far as other impediments into utilities or other areas, that would all be stuff that we would study in the formal application submittal.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And yes, you anticipated part of why I asked, which is that to the extent that those protrusions do become problematic as this project moves forward, perhaps that's where we could use the TDM to kind of compensate for perhaps lesser protrusions and then losing a little bit of parking. I would be interested in hearing more about that and the potential trade-offs of that. And again, I'm sorry if I missed this as well, but so the garage access on the prior project was sort of around the corner on the street orthogonal to San Antonio, but this one would be from San Antonio, from the front, because it's not on a corner. And do we have, I know this will get worked out as the San Antonio area plan is further developed, but and I know we have this setback for perhaps bike paths, special setback, the various things that'll get sorted. But do we have a sense now of how we keep that garage access from conflicting with bike and pedestrian routes?
So this is something that we will take a look at in the formal review. We'll engage our Office of Transportation to sort of anticipate the types of things that will be happening in the future. It's a little bit of a unknown for us, but we will be looking at it in that context.
Okay, because I mean, obviously that's important to all of us and something that I know is top of mind for many. I was just curious how that will get sorted, but I hear you that it will as we go forward on both this project and generally with the area plan. So I guess just lastly, you know, I am impressed with this project, and I do. It is interesting. We've got these two projects and very close to each other, and you know, they're distinct. But I do wonder how much our decisions on the one might impact the other as they both evolve. And I think that as a council, we kind of need to keep that in mind, both how the area, neighborhood, and region will look, but also how, you know, the applicants looking at each other might think about what we say to the one and as they make their plans going forward. So I just want us to be cognizant and keep that front of mind as well. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate this project. It was a great project when we saw it in PTC. It still is a great project, understanding the changes you made. I do agree with Councilmember Burt that we can allow flexibility in TDMs for lower parking, flexibility I would also personally advocate for some flexibility regarding the special setback. Of course, we want to preserve options at the staff and city level, but we should also consider some reasonable level of flexibility depending on what might be structurally required for a foundation or things like that. I think, I hope staff can come back to us if that becomes a major issue before it becomes a burden in terms of redesigning the project potentially. And yeah, in general, maybe going even a little bit further than Councilmember Burt, I think you could hypothetically ask for more. I'm not sure how you would make it work structurally or whatnot, but it's a uniformly great project right now, and so like reducing parking some marginal amount, or doing what you need to do to potentially add more units hypothetically would be something I'd support. And I hope that because this is so substantially similar to what you've approved before, that we can get this pretty quickly through our process with PTC, ARB, and hope that you can have things ready and that we can get those scheduled soon. So those are my comments, and thank you.
Hello? No. New technology. Problems again. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And we'll see this thing coming again. I think we need to see if there's any public comment on this application as well.
Yes, there are requests to speak for this item.
Okay.
Our first speaker is, our first speaker is Amy A. Amy A. Moving to our next speaker, Mariah C. Mariah C., you should be able to unmute yourself and speak. Moving to our next speaker, Liz G.
Good evening. Good evening. Council and Mayor, I would like to simply say that these lifts may be designed simply, but they are simply not residential parking. They break down frequently, and I invite any of you to park in our Mayfield Place lift for a week every day. Klaus Lift is located in Walnut Park. Parts come from Germany. They take up to 6 months to get delivered. This is pre-pandemic calendar. They do not, and I repeat, do not accommodate utility vehicles or Teslas. They're extraordinarily unsafe for the elderly, children, and disabled. They're parking puzzles, and they're not efficient. If there's an electrical outage or an earthquake, they shut down and you cannot get your car in or out. If a car breaks down inside of it, a battery goes out or something, you can't get a tow truck in there to remove the car. I don't know how many times I've spoken at City Council about Klaus Lift. The gentleman said that El Cerrito has one. I believe that's another low-income housing complex. And I just want to reiterate, please do your research. Please do your investigation. Lyft is not the way to go with residential parking. This is like a long-term parking. If somebody has a second or third car, model car, maybe, a Porsche or something that they take out once a month or every 6 months, great. Do a lift. But it is not for in and out, getting groceries in and out, getting children in and out. Yeah, I'm just very adamant about not approving Klaus lifts. Rather park on the street, have some, do a lottery in parking, reduce the parking. There's no loading zone in there. It's really a hassle to get the trash out twice a week in the enclosure. I would also like to support more 3-bedroom units. He did not speak to, remote work, having an apartment office, something like that. We need to support more housing for working families of all incomes who work in our schools or in our public service or safety. This, I am reiterating, no Klaus lift, no lifts at all, and please increase these units to include more 3 bedrooms. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Renee.
Test.
Testing, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome, thank you. Good evening, staff and council members. I want to first thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Renee Baez, and I am a field representative for the NorCal Carpenters Union. I'm speaking today as a concerned worker to urge you to ensure that any public or publicly supported development project in our community includes strong labor standards. These projects should benefit everyone, not just in terms of infrastructure, but also by creating good paying, safe, and dignified jobs for local workers. Fair wages, protections for workers, and the use of skilled local labor can make a lasting difference in the lives of families while strengthening our local economy. As you consider upcoming developments, please stand with the workers and prioritize labor standards that reflect our community's values. Projects that are deemed prevailing wage are awesome, are excellent, but that does not exclude the fact that wage theft and tax fraud can happen on those projects. I just don't want to see what's happening right now at 3225 El Camino Real, where there's a certain company that constantly reaches out to us just because they're not getting paid on time or at all. So I just want to say, if a responsible general contractor has not been selected, I highly welcome the applicant to reach out to the NorCal Carpenters Union, and we can sit down and get them a list and help out any way possible. Palo Alto is one of the most influential cities in all of California, and we just don't want to see a crime scene taint any project that happens in the city of Palo Alto. So thank you for your time and your service and standing up for fairness and opportunity. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Daniel A.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Daniel Alvarez. I'm a field representative with the NorCal Carpenters Union, Local 405. I'm here to speak about the proposed development at 800 San Antonio Road, a project that includes 120 residential units, over 1,000 square feet of commercial space, and a 5-story structure on a 38,000 square foot size. Housing and mixed-use developments like these are important in the region, but also need to consider how they're built, not just what gets built. Means upholding strong labor standards. By supporting responsible contractors, we ensure workers receive safety training, families sustain wages, and benefits like healthcare that strengthen our communities. Skilled workers build safe, more durable projects, and when those workers can afford to live nearby, we reduce traffic, cut emissions, and support more inclusive local economy. We have reached out to the developer multiple times to discuss these concerns, but we have not received a response. The lack of engagement is troubling for a project of this size and significance. As you value this proposal, I urge you to include responsible contracting requirements. Let's make sure these developments support not just future tenants, but also the workers who makes these projects happening. Thank you for your time.
All right, and that concludes public comment for study session item 4.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we now see if there are any agenda changes, additions, or deletions.
We have no changes, Mayor, to the printed agenda. That said, since there were some changes from the original agenda, let me do a quick run through.
Great.
I would note that you have a closed session coming up, and that will include 2 items of business. The new one added is potential litigation. The consent calendar has been amended to include both a personnel appointment, our utilities director, as well as we moved a item that was previously on your action agenda, the award of a construction contract, from your action agenda to the consent calendar. And I believe that covers all the changes.
Okay, thank you, planning staff. All right, now we go to general public comment for items that are not on the agenda.
We have 4 requests to speak. Our first speaker is Larissa V.
Good evening. My name is Larissa Wasserman. I'm very upset, so please allow me to read my comment that I wrote yesterday for today's City Council meeting. I came here today to tell you about a terrible crime that was committed by the Palo Alto Police Department some years ago against a human, me, a disabled American citizen who is innocent and very sick. Here's what happened. At the time, I was a patient at the Palo Alto Subacute and Rehabilitation Center here in Palo Alto on 911 Bryant Street. One day, I called 911 looking for the protection from the unlawful discharge from that facility. The police department came, put me in handcuffs, and transported me to the San Jose jail, where I was chained to the bench and treated horribly and inhumanely. I was charged with the criminal offense of trespassing this facility, where I had to pay privately more than $50,000 in addition to Medicare payments. Subsequently, I had to hire a criminal defense attorney and go to the Palo Alto Criminal Court until this erroneous and ridiculous charge was dismissed after 6 months. I barely survived all of this. I was hurt and traumatized. And 2 years ago, I was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder because of this trauma. For years now, I have been trying to get the Palo Alto Police Department to accept responsibility for how wrong I was treated by them. In March 2024, I sent a letter to the Palo Alto Police Department chief, Andrew Binder, but I didn't get any response at all. Then in September 2024, I sent a letter to the Palo Alto city manager at Chicada, since the Palo Alto Police Department is reporting to him. And again, I was completely ignored. I didn't forfeit my human rights by being disabled and very sick, and yet my human rights were cruelly violated and taken from me by the Palo Alto Police Department. Now I'm looking for the proper response from you, Palo Alto City Council. Thank you. And I brought my copies of the letters I sent to the Chief Binder and at Chicago.
Our next speaker is Henry E. Moving to our next speaker, Martin B. Oh, looks like Henry E. just joined in the chambers.
Thank you. I'm here to address you about the lawsuit that Neighbors for Environmental and Social Justice has brought against the Tesla Corporation and Elon Musk for environmental degradation of Palo Alto in pouring 900 plus gallons of sodium hydroxide lye into Matadero Creek, which the city of Palo Alto unfortunately did not take as seriously as it should. So we are here to give you an opportunity to address this lack of concern relative. At a meeting in Ventura, we announced the lawsuit, and Councilmember Burt supported my position. At least that's how I interpret it. The local newspaper took it differently. He can say where he stands on the issue. So back in the 1950s, Stanford, looking to raise its academic profile, began to monetize its land by leasing for a shopping center and then for an industrial park, which turned into a research park because the firms that wanted to locate had either come out of the university or wanted to be close to it. Palo Alto was promised clean industry, but as the university's lawsuit against Xerox announced the other day shows, this promise was not kept, neither back in the day or recently. So, Mr. Musk, we have an offer to make to you. We'll withdraw our lawsuit if you will have your boring company dig a tunnel from San Jose to San Francisco, 4 lanes, 2 for Caltrain, 2 for high-speed rail. We reserve only $1 billion for the support of environmental and social justice organizations. This is your opportunity to regain the trust of Palo Alto and the American people for the depredations you have done, not only to us, but to the country in recent days. Thank you. Oh, I would like to invite, of course, the city and the council to join in an amicus curiae brief and even more directly in the lawsuit itself.
Our next speaker is Martin B.
Good evening, Mayor Lowing, council members, and members of the Palo Alto community at large. My name is Iris Blanchette, and I'm a co-founder of Vote 16 Palo Alto. As my colleague Rayla Chen explained last week, we are an organization that believes in expanding civic engagement in our city by lowering the municipal voting age to 16 in Palo Alto. I want to pick up where my colleague Rayla left off, because this campaign isn't just about a belief. It's about the positive impact that lowering the voting age can have. In Scotland's 2014 independence referendum, 16 and 17-year-olds were allowed to vote for the first time. And afterwards, 97% of those interviewed said that they would vote again in future elections. In Austria's legislative election in 2017, 90% of 16 and 17-year-olds were reported to have voted, which was 10% higher than the turnout for 20 to 29-year-olds and 15% higher for the turnout of 18 and 19-year-olds. I was fortunate enough to interview Tim Mayle, a former council member for Tacoma Park, Maryland, a city which has allowed 16 and 17-year-olds to vote in municipal elections. He has told me that there hasn't been any negative issues at all with lowering the voting age. And in fact, it's been a positive addition to civic life. Members of the City Council, this is proof that when young people are given a voice, they use it, and they will keep on using it. We're not just asking for a policy change, we're asking for partnership between the City Council and our community. Palo Alto has led on education, innovation, and sustainability. We are one of the most important cities in Northern California. And Vote 16 Palo Alto believes that our city has the opportunity to lead the way in youth civic engagement as well. As always, we really look forward to meeting, listening, and collaborating. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Brandon B.
I'll just say I wish Martin good luck. That's great. Council, good evening. My name is Brandon Bakhtiar. I'm the sole member of an LLC called Stretchy.us. We operate at Mariners Point Golf Center. Any golfers may have recognized us there. I am seeking to learn how to start the process of gaining access to offer our services to other golf courses. Right now, the Parks and Rec policy is, and there's absolutely no commercial activity, is my understanding. I seek to just spread awareness of what we do. Assisted stretch is We really help a lot of people feel better. It's non-invasive. We do have a video. I might prepare that for a subsequent meeting. This is my first ever time speaking. But I'm just learning to start the process and see if even if we have to lease a part of the golf shop or some way could be earned so that we could, offer our services. Again, I do invite anyone to pop in and see us. We're at Mariners Point Golf Center. I will be sending an email, and I'm just seeking to how to gain, what process I have to do to, maybe we could do a trial period of 3 months or some amount of time. All right, I'm the last speaker. Thank you, guys.
That concludes public comment on items not on the agenda.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes, just for the record, I wanted to clarify that Mr. Eskowitz's assertion that I supported his lawsuit is factually false.
Okay, we now move to council member questions, comments, and announcements. I can start with a few. Saturday night, I went to an event that was the Magical Bridge sponsoring open mic inside in Lucy Stern. The concept being that let's bring the people on the bridge inside and build community that way. And the talent that appeared in front of that open mic was astonishingly good, of all ages, from about 7 to 70. So just another outreach that Magical Bridge does, and they're trying this as sort of an experiment and go from there. Secondly, I just want to report quickly that the Affordable Housing Forum happened this Saturday in a windstorm, and still over 100 people came out to get things from all the tabling there. So it was declared a very good success. I wanted to report also that I sent a letter to the county with a lot of help from Chief Binder to have them support us in PERT funding with the county resource. They, meaning our supervisor, Abacoca, as well as the county, is supportive, but the initial action is basically to table that item until they get further into their budget process. So nothing positive to report, but it's on their table. I also report that Thursday night, I went and spoke at the opening of Peninsula Healthcare's expansion project. They're kicking that off in expanding beyond the Opportunity Center there on Encina to a new building. Well, it's a very old building, but a new place where they can actually possibly triple the number of affordable housing or homeless patients that they can see. That's staffed by PAMF and Stanford and El Camino. It's just a wonderful organization. They will be coming to us for some needs that they have, not financial, but relative to the building, which is historic. So we'll be seeing them, but it's a great expansion of homeless services being sponsored by Stanford and PAMF. So I'd like to give that good news. Others? Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Also want to commend staff for putting on that affordable housing fair this weekend. It was a windy day, and so people will have to find rocks to hold their materials down, but a really vibrant atmosphere of a lot of community partners sharing what they had to offer with folks, whether it was seeking support for those who are unhoused, putting yourself on an affordable housing waiting list, figuring out how to afford home renovations if you're low income, job opportunities, healthcare opportunities. It was really quite comprehensive. And I know staff worked really hard to put that on. I do want to report out our Carberly Ad Hoc Committee met last week and just going over the tremendous progress that is being made. As folks know, the poll was put out into the community recently, and we got an early look at that, and that's going to come to council soon. We got to look at some of the preliminary concepts that our consultant Concordia is putting together, and those will be brought to the community at the June 12th community meeting on Carberly. Encourage everybody who's interested in Carberly to attend that. It's going to be very exciting to see what's possible, and we're going to have to do some reality checks to think about what's possible. But we're going to make this thing happen. And then we also talked about how to activate Coverly in the meantime, even more than it currently is, in furtherance of the potential renovations that could take place. And then finally, I want to report that an event that I've spearheaded called Young Minds Celebrated, co-sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce, Palo Alto Youth Council, All Cove Youth Community Service, and a business owner called 414 California Ave. We put on an event, another Young Minds Celebrated on Cal Ave, right before Third Thursday started on Thursday evening. We were on from 5 to 6. We had young people aged 12 to 17 performing songs and giving short talks. And they just stood at the stop sign at the corner of Cal Ave and Mimosa Lane, which is that lane adjacent to that beautiful California Poppies mural next to the parking adjacent to the old Bank of the West. And it was remarkable to see. We had 8 or 9, I guess we had 9 youth perform. Just how captivating and talented our youth are. And it's a very low key opportunity for kids to present their talents, which I know they appreciate. We are looking forward to partnering with the Chamber and Third Thursday going forward to do this event quarterly to give more of our youth opportunities to share their talents out in public. So stay tuned for that. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rectal.
Yeah, our beloved Junior Museum and Zoo is currently not accredited, and we are applying for accreditation. So the accreditation group sent out a group of people to interview and tour the facility, and they did that for 2.5 days this week. And I was part of the outbrief. And my analogy was kind of like when you go into parent-teacher conferences. You don't know exactly what the teacher is going to say. In this case, the teacher really loved the museum zoo. They thought that it was really well run, and they gave raving feedback. And so that makes you really proud that we have such a wonderful facility. We hope to be accredited sometime this fall. That's all.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Vinker.
Thank you. And I want to congratulate Councilmember Lithcott Hames on her Young Minds Celebrated event. When I wasn't able to get there in time, I had another conflict, but when I did get there shortly afterwards, there was a lot of acclaim and commending of that event. So thank you for doing that. And I was invited to speak shortly afterward because it was the 2nd anniversary of Third Thursdays, and I had a chance to thank Carol Garson for the work she's done and the Chamber of Commerce, along with lifting up that our staff has consistently gone. Many departments across the city have taken the time to go out there and table and interact with our community, and it was just really great to see it and to commemorate that milestone of 2 years. And so, as I said then, I'm looking forward to the 3rd anniversary of Third Thursday. Also, just wanted to mention that last Wednesday, I joined the meeting of our Climate Action Working Group, which is our community working group. We on the Climate and Sustainability Committee have to take turns going there one at a time with our Brown Act status, but wanted people to know that those really talented volunteers are still advising our staff and that we're able to listen in. And this was particularly an interesting meeting because we are planning for the next cycle of our SCAP work plan, and it was really good to get their input as we embark on that project. Then, of course, we also talked about reach code priorities and single-family electrification updates and got great input from them. But I think we're just really fortunate to have such talent in our community that is supporting that work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any others? All right, the next item on our agenda this evening is to go into closed session. We're estimating that this is going to take about 2 hours, but as always, we could be very early or very late with that estimate in terms of when we're going to come back. And Is there any public comment in advance on these items?
Yes, Mayor, it looks like we have one request to speak.
Okay, it's on item 5 and or item AA1, right? Yeah,
Their
great.
hand is raised in Zoom, so we shall find out. Our first speaker is Liz G. Liz G, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Sorry, I didn't take myself off.
All right.
I didn't take, sorry, yeah, I didn't take myself off that last one. Sorry about that. No, I do not have a comment. Thank you.
Then for the record, there's no request to speak for closed session items 5 and AA1.
Okay, thanks for recapping that. So I need a motion to move into closed session.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Rectal,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Liu,
Yes.
Mayor Lowing,
Yes,
Councilmember Burt.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
thank you. We'll see you when we see you. All right, we are back in session in chambers. We're out of closed session and we have no report. So we're going to move along with our next agenda item, which is consent calendar. Is there any public comment on consent?
Yes, Mayor, we have one request to speak.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Herb B.
Mayor Lowing, I have comments on both number 9 and number 10. I don't believe on that number 9 is categorically exempt. It's really a segment of the remainder of the projects for the sewage treatment plant. It's not even on the location of the plant. It's across the street from it, and it doesn't even have a rezoning to take care of the fact that it would be a public facility, and it couldn't be exempted as a replacement because it's not in the same site, and the change is not negligible. It just doesn't fit the definition of the category 1 exemption. And for that reason, I believe it should be rejected. On number 10, on the treatment facility for reducing total the salt saline, the main advocate and user who needs it is what now we call the Stanford Research Park, which is originally Stanford Industrial Park, and then it's now having administrative offices. Yet Stanford's only contribution, if it would be making one, would be for the campus, not for what's in the city, and it's not even doing that here because it doesn't have any need for the recycled water. But the main advocate who's saying that their landscaping needs the amount of salt reduced has been in the past. The research park had nothing to do with redwood trees. And by making an elaborate one and claiming, oh, we need it for our parks or other people may need recycled water, we're essentially subsidizing that area. And if staff doesn't want to change the kind of landscaping it has there and it needs the change, they should be paying for the change and the treatment plant rather than the rate players in general for those operations and maintenance expenses every year. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ronald C.
Good evening. My name is Ronald Chun. I'm here, and I believe my name should be, I'm assigning my time to speak in public comment to another group, the
Maybe the
United.
next issue, Maya.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I'm here to actually assign my public comment time to United Neighbors, but I don't know if I'm on the right calendar at this point.
I don't believe so. Thank you. We'll get your name on the next item.
All right, onto United Camp. Thank you.
Includes public comment on consent calendar items 6, 8 through 10, and AA2.
Thank you. Do any council members have polls or no votes?
I move the consent calendar.
Second.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Mayor Lowing?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lou,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much. Among other items, we just approved a new utilities director at the request of the city manager. So we're going to turn it over to him and take it from there.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Actually, just as a time check, given the hour, I will not be making any city manager's comments. We did distribute a set of slides for the public record, just giving you an update on variety of items. But that said, I did want to take a moment to have our new utilities director address the council briefly. Mr. Curatori, please join us.
Great, thank you. Honorable Mayor, Lowing, City Council, thank you for your literal vote of confidence in my ability to step into this new role as Utility Director. I am grateful and honored to work with the utility staff, the executive leadership team, the Utilities Advisory Commission, the City Council, and of course, City Manager Shikata, as we advance the priorities and objectives established by this council. I can't think of a more rewarding career or job than providing the basic services that the community expects every day. Keeping the lights on when the water comes out of your tap, and really strategically investing in the investments and the needs for the community for emergency preparedness. I was just talking to Councilmember Lithcott Haynes, and we were comparing our timelines at when she was at Stanford and I was at Cal. And when I was at going through my engineering courses at Cal, I'm not trying to carbon date myself. That was during the Loma Prieta earthquake and also the Oakland Hills fire. So I'm really focused on making sure that we have the infrastructure here to ensure that our community is safe during those emergency events. So know that I am focused, laser focused on reliability and resiliency for our utilities. I'm looking forward to continue my collaboration with our customers, with our community stakeholders in this new capacity. I know partnering together with the dedicated staff team, I'm fully committed to Palo Alto Utilities to complete our mission to provide safe, reliable, environmentally sustainable, and cost-effective services to advance our initiatives. And key ones are most notably our multi-year grid modernization project, our master planning efforts to invest wisely, to invest in our aging infrastructure, and to meet the needs of our growing community. And of course, it goes without saying, frankly, Palo Alto's leadership and innovation on sustainability and climate action. So I'm going to keep this short. I'm going to get back to work. Again, I just wanted to thank you for this opportunity to serve in this new position. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Appreciate. Sorry, one more item. I apologize. These are my notes. My wife and daughter have joined me tonight. I didn't know they were going to do that. My daughter was just at her senior event at her school, so I appreciate that you actually had a longer closed session so I could shuttle back there and come back here. So appreciate it. Thank you.
I was going to say that was really a first among executive leadership team appointments to actually have your family in chambers at the moment of the council making the decision. So I think it reflects well on Mr. Curatori's confidence in the role that he's taking on, and absolutely want to thank his wife and daughter for the hours and days that they have and will be dedicating to the Palo Alto community. So thank you all very much.
Yeah, Director, thank you and welcome. Have already enjoyed working with you on UAC, and obviously a lot more to come in that regard. So, and I know the Assistant City Manager is very happy to have you on board. Okay, sure. Yeah, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I'll be really quick. I just am delighted. Congratulations and thank you, Mr. Curatori, or now I can call you Director Curatori. I'm just thrilled. I've gotten to know you through NCPA, and I just wanted to share with my colleagues the high regard in which he is held there. And having worked with him in that capacity, I see why, and I am just excited about his taking on this role. And Director, I really look forward to continued work with you.
Okay, thank you. And we got your slides instead of your comments, Mr. Shikata. So let's see. Okay, we're not taking a break because we just had sort of one. So we're going to move on to item number 11 and launch that. This is an ordinance, section 184210 on wireless communications facilities. And I think you just outline the process. Staff will give whatever presentation they'd like to give in addition to the staff report. And then after that, I'd like to get council member questions to staff that they'd like to have answered, the answers of which can benefit the public, and then we'll go to public comment. Coming back from that, we'll get the colleagues memo sponsor and then open up debate, and we'll take it from there. So Director Light.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City Council again. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. Next slide, please. Just a brief recap. October last year, the City Council considered a colleague's memo seeking to repeal the objective design standards for wireless communication facilities and to restore the process where Architectural Review Board review is required at a notice public hearing for Tier 2 and Tier 3 wireless communication facilities. Next slide, please. Late last year, the staff presented an ordinance to the City Council on the consent calendar to implement those changes. The item was pulled by 3 council members. We did receive letters from representatives of the wireless communication community. And then tonight is your first opportunity since then to consider the ordinance that was pulled in December. Folks representing the wireless industry submitted letters then. I believe there was a letter also submitted today urging the continued use of the objective standards that are currently in place, noting concerns about the risk of violating the shot clock requirements that are set forth in the federal law, and how the lack of objective standards may lead to inconsistent decisions between wireless communication facility applications. Next slide, please. The current process, as I think I may have mentioned, does require a review of Tier 2 and Tier 3 new wireless communication facilities to be evaluated based on objective standards. There is no architectural review unless that is specifically sought. This does lead to faster application processing. It's also consistent with the pre-Portland decision, which was overturned in part, and in compliance. There's no prohibition about using objective standards in the post-Portland ruling. Next slide, please. So notably, the key changes in the ordinance before the council this evening is to remove the objective standards for the Tier 2, to remove the objective standards for wireless communication facilities in the public right-of-way, and to restore the architectural review board process for Tier 2 and Tier 3 applications in the right-of-way. In doing so, those projects will be subject to the architecture review board findings. Next slide, please. Staff has noted concerns in the report, notably about some of the challenges meeting the shot clock, the increased workload when these applications for Tier 2 and Tier 3 are filed. But not included in this slide or in the report is also just concern about the expectation that may be set in the community for applications that we may not be able to deny based on state or federal regulations. Next slide, please. The public comment has been pretty robust on this item, largely in support of the ordinance that's before the City Council. seeking to restore the former discretionary review process with the Architecture Review Board findings, a desire to keep the antennas further than 20 feet away from residences. In fact, less than. Some have articulated a desire to have it be greater than 100 feet away from residences. Noting that the existing standards, the objective standards are no longer necessary in light of the Portland decision. We've received some correspondence in support of additional cell coverage in the city. Next slide, please. So tonight, the council can take action on the ordinance. If it is supported, staff will return at a consent calendar for a second reading of the ordinance. It will become effective on the 31st day after that second reading. The temporary ordinance is proposed for 2 years, at which time it'll be either extended or replaced following public hearings before the Planning and Transportation Commission. Next slide. That concludes the staff presentation.
Okay. Thank you. We can go to council for any questions for staff. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two just clarifying questions. How far of a setback is there currently or on the proposed ordinance from residential units?
The objective standards say that it can be no closer than 20 feet.
Okay, so no closer than 20 feet. And are there any required setbacks for schools or daycare centers? Is it the same?
There's a standard for not closer than 600 feet to a public school, but there's also a carrier could request a waiver from that standard. That standard could not go less than 300 feet to the school.
And daycare is treated the same way?
No.
So daycare is exempt? Within the 20 feet, I mean?
Well, the 20 feet is within that's for the residential properties. I don't believe the objective standards speak to daycares.
Okay, so a cell tower could be placed right next door to a daycare center if it wasn't a residential property.
With property owner support, it could be placed on top of a building that housed different uses, potentially including a daycare center.
Okay, appreciate it. Yeah, I'll speak more, but I think generally, I think all of that is far too close. So I'm looking forward to engaging in that conversation more after public comment.
Councilmember Rectal.
How does this change staff's workload? So right now you have to do some work, assemble a bunch of information, and then you make an assessment. Will the work that has to be done to support ARB be the same amount of work, or will there be additional work?
So it will result in additional work to process tier 2, tier 3 applications, which currently do not require reports before the Architecture Review Board. This change in the ordinance would require that.
So you'd have to assemble the report.
We would have to assemble the report for the Architecture Review Board, and most certainly we would be assembling a report for the City Council as well.
Okay. And right now you assemble the work, but you don't have to formalize it in a report when you make the decision yourself.
It's based on the application and the staff's analysis. That's correct.
Okay. And how does a shot clock work? So the shot clock starts. Is there any, if we're missing information, can we stop the shot clock?
So I don't have the precision on that, but my understanding is that we have initially 10 days to review an application. And at that point, we would deem the application complete or incomplete. Thereafter, the applicant would submit a revised materials. And then when the clock begins anew at that point, but we have a total processing time of, I believe it's 90 to, I think it's like 60 to 90 days.
Ms. Billier, can you fill in the details on the shot clock, please? Okay, checking to see who we have in support here. We are maybe still gathering our team. We will come back
Okay.
to you.
We can answer that later. And so if the shot clock runs out, then whatever was applied for gets be able to be built.
There's a provision that has the project, I mean, there's some technical, I think, standards that need to be processed, like I believe the courier would have to assert their right to develop the project as it was submitted at the time, the city lapsed on its shot clock. But basically, yes, they would get the project approved as it was submitted.
And currently, do we ever have close calls with the shot clock, or is it?
I'm sorry.
Do we have close calls with the shot clock, or do we have plenty of time?
Well, we typically. So let me answer this way. When we're working with an applicant who has submitted an application, if there's a shared perspective that the application is moving productively forward, there's usually an opportunity to engage a provider in an extension of time. I want to say that was, I felt more comfortable about that before some of the more recent objective standard rulings. There is no obligation for a carrier to do that. And I think with the aggressive timelines, I couldn't tell you whether there'd be that same support to collaborate. There may be. I don't want to suggest that there wouldn't be, but we couldn't guarantee it.
Okay. And for example, if they did it the Monday before Thanksgiving, put in an application, do we have problems getting through the holiday season in that all those vacation days? Do we lose the time, or we still can meet the shot clock without any problem?
Well, so I don't want to. Our more recent applications have been tier 1 applications. We haven't had a tier 2, I think, in a number of years. I don't want to project a future scenario that's going to depend on any number of factors, including staff resources and et cetera. I will say this, if an application comes in, we will certainly do our best to get that processed, have that hearing before the Architecture Review Board within the time frame, and then likely also have scheduled a hearing before the City Council to consider the item, because there won't be enough time for us to wait out an appeal period. So any tier 2 or tier 3 application that comes in and goes to the Architecture Review Board will most certainly also come to the City Council.
Okay, because the appeal is part of that shot clock.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering where in the item we learn what the harm of the current process is. I'm not seeing anything about health and safety issues. I'm not seeing anything about aesthetic concerns. And I'm just trying to figure out on what concerns is all of this based. I went back to the October agenda. I went back to the December agenda. I found the colleagues' memo that began this effort. But it feels to me that as a matter of, for public who aren't a part of the community that is urging this and encouraging this, for anybody else, it's like, what is this even about? Where's the information on what it's about? Why are we considering moving from objective standards to subjective standards, adding process and layers to a already overburdened staff and ARB? And so I'm just scratching my head over what do we know is a concern and a real concern, and what's driving this? Are you aware of health and safety issues attached to cell tower exposure?
So I'm aware that that's a concern in the community. I also know that our current standards have procedures set in place that require a wireless provider to demonstrate compliance with the FCC's regulations when it comes to radiation exposure from the wireless communication facilities. We have we require that those plans be that we receive an as-built set of plans, that we require a engineer to attest to the fact that they are in operation in accordance with the standards that have been established by the federal government. We have that information peer reviewed to evaluate it. So we do what we can to ensure compliance with the federal rules in an environment where we have no control over what those federal standards are.
To follow up on Councilmember Rickdahl's line of questioning, back in October, I asked you, Director Late, in order for me to make up my mind as to whether to agendize this. My question is, how often do these applicants come before us? And can you predict how adding to this staff's work plan and the workings of our council and ARB will be impacted? And you just looked up and said, it's going to be a lot of work. And I wonder if that's changed, or you've indicated we haven't had a tier 2 application in a while. How many times a year as you have to sit and allocate staff time as a matter of resource management, should this come to pass, how many times a year do you anticipate we're going to be going through this incredibly rapid relay race of assigning it to the ARB and assigning it to council and getting it, to beat the shot clock? How often is there going to be this sort of fire drill?
Thank you. Not recalling the specifics of my reaction at the time that you asked me that question, I would moderate it a little bit to say it would be a lot if we got applications that were subject to the tier 2 or tier 3 application type in our code. When we had those applications, and I think, yeah, when we had those it was an intensive amount of work to process them because there was dozens of application nodes, antennas that we distributed throughout the city, each one requiring analysis. So the staff that was processing those applications, that's all they did. We don't know. We have no indication that more applications are imminent. I'd be surprised if we didn't see more applications of a tier 2 or tier 3 type in the city. And if they all come in at the same time, it's going to be impactful. At present, most of our activities are tier 1. So I couldn't tell you. It's not something I can predict.
So if most of our applicants are tier 1, we're putting in a whole lot of effort and resource right now to discuss the hypothetical new procedure for tier 2 and tier 3, which may not even come our way.
I think it probably does come our way. It's just not happening right now. I think, again, I just don't know. That's not a decision I'm involved in. That's a wireless carrier looking at their coverage, just looking at the new technology.
Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor Vinger.
Thank you. Yeah, I just had a couple of questions at this point. One is the subjective standards that were in place previously. What year were those adopted? I think I asked this last time, and I don't know if we had a clear answer at that point, but do we now?
I'd have to take a look. Yeah, I'd have to follow up with you on that.
Well, the reason being, I'd just like to know, since they're subjective and they're inherently a little more detailed than these objective standards, I'd like to know where the technology was when they were developed. I don't think we were at 5G, but I don't know where we were. And so, if it was, so that date of those would matter to me.
Okay,
And
so I
I'm
can-
sorry.
Vice Mayor, I could, just looking at our information now. So you wanted to know when the objective standards were implemented the first time?
No, I'd like to know if we revert to the subjective standards, when were those subjective standards promulgated?
I want to say 2019, but so 2019.
It's finding it in the staff report, Councilman, Vice Mayor, from October 21st. Looks like June 13th, 2019. The city council adopted the ordinance that said we would no longer be subject to site-specific review, and it would instead be required to only comply with objective standards.
But so that was.
That's not what she was asking, though.
Pardon me?
That's not what you were asking. You were asking when the subjective standards came about.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. Which I thought last time we determined might have been quite some time before that, but I don't recall. And I know there would be like little amendments here and there, but when the last significant revision of the subjective standards were created. And if we need to come back to this, that's fine, but I would like to know in conjunction with this item if possible. And then I know they're in Appendix B. I haven't had a chance to look at them carefully, but if we were to go back to the subjective standards, what would that setback then be? We talked about the 20-foot now. Would it be completely subjective, or is there some sort of number or a minimum or something under the subjective standards?
So if we roll back the objective standards, I don't believe there's any established setback.
So every time we'd have to figure out the right setback if it was far enough.
Well, again, so we're talking about antennas that are going to be placed on telephone poles and light standards. So they would be in the public right of way. There wouldn't be right now our objective standards, I think, prohibit placement where a telephone pole is in the rear alley. In theory, we wouldn't get, in theory, an applicant could propose one on that location. So you're right, it would be, each one would be evaluated subjectively. And compared, I was just going to conclude, and compared to the Architectural Review Board findings to make a decision on that antenna.
Thank you. So the goal is to make it, for those who want the subjective standards, I assume to make it more than 20 feet, but indeed you could have an applicant ask for less. We don't know what it would be, I think, without more at this point. And then my other question might go to legal, perhaps, I'm not sure. And that is that I think this was characterized in the packet as this is a temporary ordinance that would be for a couple years. Is that right?
Yeah, Ms. Billier, can you explain that?
Okay, because I have a follow-up, but that's the predicate. So yeah, please.
So the temporary aspect of the ordinance is because it's coming directly from council and didn't go to PTC and have them recommend it to you as an amendment to the zoning code. So that's why that's a separate process.
Well, because my question is, and maybe it doesn't apply to this aspect of what's before us, but if I'm not sure, how do we permanently repeal something with a temporary ordinance? Are we really just suspending the objective standards? How do we permanently get rid of them if it's temporary ordinance?
So the objective standards are currently in a resolution, and you can repeal the resolution and the ordinance still stands as it is. What the changes to the ordinance do is replace what had been in the objective standards with this new process that it would go to the ARB and have this extra review step in a public meeting. So that's the piece that's temporary. And that's the piece that PTC would have to evaluate and recommend to you guys to make permanent.
So if we repeal the objective standards permanently and we do the other thing temporarily and we don't get the replacement there in time, what do we have?
Very likely, you might end up evaluating projects case by case based
No
on this.
particular standards, yeah.
The ARB standards, I mean, there's actually several levels of standards. So there's the ARB, there's the generally applicable, there's the conditions of approval that apply to every project. And what the objective standards did was give some concrete parameters to the public rights of way. So if you remove those, they could still be a guidance document. They just wouldn't be an objective cutoff.
Okay, so okay. But the particular pre-existing subjective standards wouldn't necessarily be the ones that have to be followed either, if we didn't get it together with before the temporary ordinance that we're looking at tonight expires.
Well, so I guess I might interject. We wouldn't let that happen. We would return to the council with either an extension of the ordinance that you're considering tonight if we didn't have a new set of standards to replace it.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you both.
Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. And I've just a couple of questions left. And really, I guess my questions are trying to get at what a reworked objective standard could look like as an alternative to totally subjective or largely subjective standard. So the intention is that within 2 years, this would go to the PTC and PTC would issue recommendations. Is there a sense of what the staff plan would be in bringing that to PTC? Would you have consultants or detailed reports around what hypothetical objective standards might look like? Or is that something that actually we should provide potential guidance on tonight?
Well, if the city council had guidance on that, we could certainly receive that and take note of that. I will say that the temporary ordinance for 2 years is our ability to work on a replacement ordinance is going to be contingent upon what resources are available in the department to implement that. I suspect, based on how the budget discussions have been going, that a more likely scenario within 2 years is that we're coming back with an extension.
Right.
That said, when we were working on this a couple of years ago to try to make some refinements to the program, we did have some different ideas of how we would weight almost how the different criteria on some of the community values in terms of where we wanted to site the antennas. So for instance, if it was, while carriers can seek a waiver to any of the standards, if that antenna was located within a certain location close to residential properties, for instance, that would be more, that would have a higher value assigned to it in terms of a negative value to it. So the idea is you can create this system, and we had tried to work this out where it would encourage more antennas to be placed further away from homes, from schools, from other sort of areas of interest. But we weren't able to fully develop that, and it was just conceptual at this point. So we would explore that or some other ideas that the council or commission or community may have.
Okay, thank you. How does your team currently evaluate the objective standards? Do you designate someone in your department to, I guess, run tier 1 and tier 2 projects through objective standards, and then you ultimately sign off on the correctness of their evaluation? Or can you just expand a little bit about that?
Yeah, so most of the applications, again, are tier 1 applications that we've received recently. These are ministerial projects. I do not get involved in those applications on a routine basis. Where there are tier 2 or tier 3 applications, yes, we do have designated staff that is a point person for those applications. And they process all of the applications that we receive. I will review those with the planner when they've completed their analysis and they're getting ready to make a decision on a project.
And I know PTC has not taken a look at this, but there hasn't been any other feedback from any other body like the ARB.
Correct. I think at the time we were moving quickly to get something established.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thanks. So when we're looking at objective versus subjective standards, the subjective standards are based on the broad ARB guidelines for any kind of approval in general, right? Not specific to cell towers. They're not guidelines specific to cell towers?
No.
Has there been consideration of if they're an applicant, how do they have a good sense of what will be acceptable under subjective standards based on the current broad ARB guidelines or standards, I should say?
Yeah, that's part of the challenge that I think we've identified, is that there isn't a lot of guidance if we remove the objective standards. There are, as was mentioned, there are a number of conditions that are embedded in the code that still need to be met, but that still leaves open the idea of how one could achieve an approval.
And was there consideration either by ARB or by staff to develop a set of guidelines that wouldn't be objective standards, but they would give an applicant a better sense of what are the acceptable boundaries, even if it then went through an approval process that were basically if it went to ARB, it would still be their subjective determination of whether they met those guidelines, but it would provide a framework, that it might not say it has to be this many feet absolutely, this size absolutely, or whatever, but there might be a set of guidelines. Has that been considered?
No. And again, I think the reason being is there was, so I'll say no, and that can be an outcome of this process. We could take those objective standards that we have now, which does set that framework for what we're trying to achieve and give some specificity on how to do that. That could be converted into a set of guidelines and to communicate what we are looking for in terms of the aesthetic interests that we're able to regulate.
Okay, and to develop those, I assume that would be an assignment to work with ARB to develop them. Is that the process by which we would do so if we wanted to develop those guidelines?
We could. The review authority would require us to go through the Planning and Transportation Commission for amendments to the zoning code. I will note one area of tension that existed back several years ago was an insistence by the Architecture Review Board to underground the mechanical equipment with these wireless communication facilities. And that was a non-starter for the facilities and created some of the challenges that were.
So understood that they may be provided with some boundaries of what is acceptable by utilities. But aside from that, the process would be potentially staff working with ARB to develop subjective guidelines, PTC reviewing those and making a recommendation to the council, and then the council adopting them. That would be the sequence, right?
That could certainly be done.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I will ask a few questions as well. The exhibit 1 in basically all of attachment C is objective standards for wireless communications, which I had literally not seen before. Who wrote those up? Who did that come from? Was that internal staff?
Your reference again is to attachment C.
No, it's back at page 185, and this is, yes, attachment C, which says objective standards.
Mhm.
Who was the author? I guess is my
Yes,
question.
so that was a staff generated document.
Okay. And did that go back to ARB?
No.
Did it ever go to council?
Yes. It was approved by council.
Okay. Do you happen to know when relative to the other stuff that went on?
Yes.
It's not hugely material, but if you happen to know.
This resolution was approved.
Looks like December 16, 2019. So
No, that was the motion, but it wasn't the list of standards.
so that
Yeah, that's
exhibit
correct.
1, that document that's labeled as exhibit 1, objective standards.
Yeah.
That's an attachment to resolution 9873. So it
Okay.
was approved along with
Okay.
resolution 9873. Ms. Bellier, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's correct. And it had gone to council previously in prior iterations as well. There's a planning webpage that keeps all the history of the wireless process, if you want that context.
That's fine. And then the other thing I was just trying to sort out is how many, since the objective standards went into place, how many tier 2 and tier 3 applications have there been that you guys had to act on?
So I don't know if this is all of the cases, but there were two, I see 2 tier 2 applications that came in one each in 2020, one in 2021. There was one in 2019, though I don't know when that was relative to the guidelines. So
that would have been before the guidelines. So I think that came up to 3.
2 probably.
Can I note though, each application can have several nodes. So just because it's one application, it might have multiple sites.
Sure, but basically you had 2 full applications since objective standards were put into place.
Yeah, based on the data I'm looking at, I can't guarantee that that's the exact number, but that's what I have now.
Okay. Any other questions from guys? Okay. Yeah, Councilman Relu, then we'll go to public comment.
Sorry, one more question. I just want to confirm in the definition of tier 2 and tier 3, would replacement or maintenance with substantially similar equipment meet the definitions for tier 2 and tier 3 subjective process in the draft ordinance? For existing facilities, if they were to replaced with or maintained with something similar.
Eileen, do you have a take on that? You have a response?
It's a case-by-case analysis whether the FCC definition of substantial change applies to the site they're proposing. If it doesn't, it's tier 1. If it does, it's tier 2.
I see. So if they literally replace it with the exact same equipment, that would be similar. If they make some small changes, it could meet the FCC definitions. If they substantially change the size or model or whatever, then okay, then they would need to do this again. Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's do public comment. And what are the numbers now, Ms. City Clerk?
We currently have 35 requests to speak. That is including 2 groups, one group of 13 and one group of 12.
Okay, so there's 2 groups and then 10.
Correct. There are a few more hands being raised in Zoom, so total of 11 speakers, including the 2 groups.
Yeah, okay,
spokespersons.
so we'll just do the routine. Each of the groups will get 10 and the individuals will get 2. We would really encourage brevity and non-overlap, just so we can get through this. If it goes too long, we may have to stop this after public comment and not get to the debate. So would really encourage you all to be brief, but let's launch.
Our first speaker is Lydia Kay.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Would you pull my slides up? Good evening. Mayor Lowing, I want to thank you first for co-authoring the colleagues memo with me. It is important to return to a process where this city government vets special interests projects through the channels that were set up by the city's charter and with the input of our residents who call Palo Alto their home. When the state legislature overstepped and put telecom's interests over those of the people, they also took the liberty to fudge and misinterpret law. Therefore, it is through the court case, I'm going to skip, through the court case in 2020, the telecom industry's assertion with regard to the incommode clause was flawed. The courts noted that the incommode means to give convenience or distress to disturb. The court went further to add the definition, noting incommode means to give inconvenience to give trouble to disturb or molest in the quiet enjoyment of something or in the facility of acquisition. The court publication further stated that the state had inherent local police power to determine the appropriate uses of land within its jurisdiction. That power includes the authority to establish aesthetic conditions to land use, uphold that power to do right by the people who lives here, council members. When the objective standards were determined after vetting by ARB and approved by council at the time, we trusted the planning and development, that planning and development would uphold what the community had expressed was important to them. One was notification, and that was a requirement that was not upheld for projects that happened near 3 properties. And the telecommunications representative excuse was that their team was surprised to learn that the firms handling its mailing had failed to notify residents of these projects. Second, I have displayed the photos. You can see that we have a shroud of slender design. And as time went by, you
Your
can
time
see
is
the
up.
mess that is there. Mental health is your goals for this year. Remember that when you're looking at that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jean F.
Okay, we are doing something old school here. Okay, good evening. My name is Jeannie Fleming. I'm with United Neighbors, and what we're asking you to do this evening is restore public hearings and ARB review for cell tower applications. In addition, we're asking that you do 2 more things. Both of them are covered in the Lowing memo. Neither is included in the draft staff has submitted to you. Those 2 things are: 1, prioritize locating cell towers as far as possible from homes, preferably 100 feet. As you know, Palo Alto right now allows them as close as 20 feet to somebody's house. Please understand, we're not asking you to require that cell towers be located at least 100 feet from a home. We're asking you to require that they be located as far as possible from homes, preferably at least 100 feet. Second, we're asking you to require that any technical feasibility assertions made by cell tower applicants be reviewed by non-industry aligned experts hired by Palo Alto, but paid for as is usual by the cell tower applicant. In other words, when a cell tower applicant professes that a technical issue justifies an exemption from our standards, we need an expert who works only for cities and not for the telecom industry to tell us if that claim is legitimate. I'm going to turn now briefly to cell tower placement, and then I'll explain how your predecessors on council came to allow cell towers to be located as close as 20 feet to homes. Cell tower placement. Please look at this sign. This is the one you're looking at there on an AT&T cell tower in Old Palo Alto. It warns workers to stay at least 21 feet away from the antennas. Call us, the sign says, and we'll shut down the cell tower if you need to get closer. Okay. Think about it. What AT&T warns workers to never come within 21 feet of its antennas, not even for a minute, Palo Alto currently allows the same equipment to be placed only a few feet further away from homes where families reside 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year. To be clear, when I say Palo Alto allows cell towers to be located as close as 20 feet to a home, that's not in principle. Right now, there are cell towers in our city with these warning signs attached to them that are located only 20 feet from a home. Consider for a 2-story home, there's my drawing of one. The antennas on top of that's 20 feet from a 40-foot pole on which there's a cell tower. The antennas on top of the pole are only 7 feet further away from the second floor than the 21-foot distance at which AT&T requires the towers to be shut down for workers. Would you feel comfortable sleeping 8 hours a day, only 7 feet from a no-go zone like this? Let's say the pole is taller, 50 feet. The home is still only 15 feet further away from the antennas than AT&T's don't go there for a minute zone. Now, AT&T's and Verizon's lawyers may tell you there are technical reasons why it's bad for a worker to be within 21 feet of those antennas for even a minute, but perfectly okay for a family to eat, sleep, and play just a few feet further away. I will point out only that the sign for workers couldn't be any less technical. It says one thing: stay at least 21 feet away. Their lawyers may also tell you that AT&T and Verizon abide by standards set by the FCC. But what they won't tell you is that the FCC is what's called a captured agency. That is an agency overly influenced by or even controlled by the industry that it's meant to regulate. The FCC is controlled by the telecom industry. For example, Ajit Pai, President Trump's first-term FCC chair, was the former Assistant General Counsel of Verizon. And President Biden's chair, Jessica Rosenworcel, was an attorney who launched her career representing the telecom industry. So when AT&T and Verizon say they're following the rules the FCC has established, what that really means is that they're following the rules their own industry devised. You know, many other countries have much more stringent standards for cell tower radiation than the United States does. For example, countries as diverse as China, Italy, India, and Switzerland have standards that are an order of magnitude more stringent than the FCC's. My point is simple. Common sense alone tells us that if a cell tower has to be shut down to ensure the safety of a worker who gets closer than 21 feet to the antennas, those antennas should not be on a pole 20 feet from a child's bedroom window. Please require applicants to locate their cell towers as far as possible from homes, preferably 100 feet. And again, please require that technical feasibility assertions made by cell tower applicants be reviewed by our own non-industry aligned experts. We need this to keep applicants honest. The last thing I want to talk about is how the 2019 council came to allow cell towers to be installed 20 feet from homes. If you attended those council meetings, you know council certainly didn't want to approve the 20-foot rule. They only did so because they thought they had to. Specifically, city staff told council, the PTC, the ARB, and residents that they had conducted an analysis that showed that codifying any distance greater than 20 feet would invite a lawsuit from the telecom industry because there wouldn't be enough cell tower eligible poles available for their cell towers. In other words, the reason 20 feet was on the table was that it was the distance staff proposed. On the other hand, the reason 100 feet was on the table is that it was the distance proposed by residents. No other distances were considered. Council's and everyone else's reaction to the 20 feet number was disbelief. There are 12,000 poles in Palo Alto that are nominally eligible to accommodate a cell tower. Half are utility poles, half are lamp posts, both can be used for cell towers. It made no sense that with 12,000 poles to choose from, cell towers would have to be allowed to come as close as 20 feet to a home. So council, the PTC, the ARB, and residents asked staff how many poles were available at distances greater than 20 feet, but less than 100. What about 35 feet? What about 50 feet? What about 75 feet? Unfortunately, nobody ever got an answer until now. Please look at this email, which we obtained through a public records request. Jerry, could you hand those out? Yep. Please, as you can see, it's dated December 16th, 2019, from Planning Department employee Roland Rivera to Director John Layton and Planner Rebecca Atkinson. What it shows is that there is no need to allow cell towers to be placed as close as 20 feet to a home. What you can see from the email is that council could have, at the very least, established 35 feet, not 20, as the shortest distance at which a cell tower could be from a home. Translating the information here into the number of available poles, there are 784 wood utility poles that are at least 35 feet from a home. Moreover, that number should be doubled because this analysis does not include the city's 6,000 lamp posts. This means that there are at least 1,568 poles 35 feet or more from a residence. That is a lot of poles for a cell tower applicant to choose from. Keep in mind that right now, AT&T and Verizon are providing wireless service throughout Palo Alto with 116 sidewalk strip poles plus macro towers. Just how many more sidewalk strip cell towers do they possibly need? The fact is, Palo Alto has a 20-foot rule only because council was faced with a false dichotomy, 20 feet versus 100. I don't have time to say any more about the email except this. Using the numbers in it, we were able to estimate that there are at least 1,000 utility poles and lamp posts that are 50 feet or more from a home. That's a lot of poles to choose from too. And by the way, the email shows that there are more than 200 poles 100 feet or more from any residence. Members of council, there is no need to allow cell towers as close as 20 feet to a home. Your predecessors allowed it only because they were unaware of the wide availability of poles at greater distances. A final comment. The Planning and Transportation Commission, when they last considered the wireless ordinance, voted unanimously to recommend changing the existing 20 feet rule to a preferred distance of 100 feet. Please heed their good advice. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ariel S.
Thank you. Good evening. Sorry, I'm covering from a cold. If you can hear me okay. My name is Ariel Strauss, an attorney at Greenfire Law. And I would like to try to answer a number of questions that the council members have so astutely asked tonight. But first, want to point out that the recommendation that is before you tonight is exactly what the council anticipated in 2019 when the FCC forced the city to enact objective standards. And the ordinance itself has the steps that you are taking or considering taking tonight. They anticipated that it would be entirely feasible and practical to meet the ARB process within the FCC shot clock timeframes that were already in place in 2019 when the ordinance was enacted. Additionally, shot clocks were not new in the 2018 FCC small cell order that went into effect in 2019. They had been in place since 2009 for many types of installations, back when the ARB process was active. Importantly, many cities do have on the front end public hearings and then additionally appeals. All these cities across the country are subject to the same FCC shot clock limits. Some of those cities are, for instance, Calabasas, Carmel, Malibu, Mill Valley, Monterey, Petaluma, Pinole, and San Francisco. I think it's not at all correct to assume that there will be more litigation exposure or more appeals when you change the process. One reason for that is by giving the public a means of a forum on the front end, you don't force them to do an appeal in order to potentially have a hearing. A second reason is that the ARB analysis is something that is done from a design perspective by experts. That analysis is done would be done at least, under a more subjective standard, a case-by-case, site-specific standard. When a court is considering the validity of a decision made by a city, it assesses whether there's an abuse of discretion, meaning whether that city has first comply with their own rules in their ordinance and policies, and two, whether that decision was supported by substantial evidence. That is much more likely to be found to be the case when there are these subjective standards, because the city has tremendous discretion and they will develop a very strong record from the ARB justifying why these particular conditions are appropriate under the circumstances. But the litigation risk I think that people are thinking about really comes from a concern that a denial will be in violation of the federal regulations or the Telecommunications Act. But we should understand what the ARB is doing. They are providing a recommendation to the director. Under the ARB procedures in the ordinance right now, the director has to make a decision within 5 business days on that ARB determination, whether to approve or deny, whether to uphold or not uphold that recommendation. And Director Late will have advice of counsel, will take into consideration all the factors. At that point in time, we'll make a determination whether the FCC requirements or the federal statute requires an approval, notwithstanding the ARB guidance. So I don't see any basis to assume that the ARB guidance will change the legal analysis that will be provided to Director Late. I'd like to also try to respond to a number of questions that were asked, and I think I see them as fitting into a number of buckets. So I understood that that Vice Mayor Vinker and Councilmember Burr asked some important questions about how it would be operationalized. I don't think that we should assume that we're going back or creating something that is in any sense new. From 1996 to 2018, virtually every city had a process like the one that is being discussed today. And the ordinance already has guidance in it that will determine whether a facility should be approved or not. You know, some of that guidance, I'll just read to you very briefly, is particularly it's in subsection I of the ordinance today, and part 1, 2, and 5. And they refer that they shall be screened from public view, that they should utilize the smallest antenna size, and that the antenna base station and tower should be camouflaged or stealth. These are very sensible and important requirements. And part of the reason is, I think it goes to Councilmember Liu's question, is what is a tier 1 application? A tier 1 application is what's known as a modification, but a modification has special parlance under the regulations 47 CFR section 1.600. And that is, in this case of these types of applications, an increase of 10 feet or more of height or an increase 6 feet out. That means that that applicant or any other applicant can violate the height standards, the design standards, etc. if the existing facility is not stealth or has not been designed with particular type of camouflaging so that it's hidden. And what you want to do is use your ARB analysis and the really rigorous assessments to try to create scenarios where they are maximally stealth, so you don't create these loopholes for the applicants then to violate your height ordinances and all sorts of other things to create these terribly ugly, what we call modifications, but actually are really monstrosities from the standpoint of any local standards. And one of the other best ways to make sure that those changes are least impacting is to set them as far back as practical from residences. So the reason why 20 feet is in place, part of it is because that's typically how far the utility poles are, or the light standards. So removing that 20-foot setback, and I think this is somewhat responsive to the Vice Mayor's question, shouldn't change where the pole is going to go, because these facilities are attached to existing poles, and they can't, show up on a person's property line. They're not going to. That's not what this ROW process is for. So what would happen is that if you remove the 20-foot requirement, is they're going to be put on poles, which happen to be 20 feet, which is why the cell tower applicants were very happy with that so-called standard. Now, going back to how we operationalize this, what the carriers were doing from 1997 till 2018 is what they do is they say, we want this target coverage area. We think that there's something we want to do here that's important for our business model. Here's how we intend to do it. We've considered these alternative means of doing so. This one is the most effective within the guidance that you provide us, to values and policies that you have. And here's why. And that's why I really strongly disagree with what Director Late said in response to Councilmember Reckdahl's question, which is, how much more work would this be? I don't understand why it would be more work. First, staff should already be assessing, how do we make this least intrusive? That's something they should just do on a day-to-day basis, because it's for the best for the public and it's what the residents want. The second part of it, though, is it's the applicants who need to carry the burden. So if they show up to the ARB and they want to say, here's why it's the least intrusive, here's why it is the best screened, here's why it's most camouflaged, here's why it's smallest, within our technical objective, the ARB can use their expertise and their experience as architects and such to say, hey, yeah, that makes sense to us. We think that you did it, you gave a good case for why that's so. I don't think it should be staff who are going to be compiling some complex, sort of report to do what the applicant should be doing. And if the ARB is not satisfied, they can deny the application. That denial, or they can recommend denial. Denial could be with prejudice or without prejudice, meaning the applicant can come back and reapply. And typically when an applicant has an opportunity to reapply, there's not a possibility of violating federal law, because they're going to get it when they come back and they do it properly. I also want to speak to the shot clock question, which I think has been asked by a number of council members. And the shot clock numbers, in this case, 60 or 90 days, they are routinely tolled. The regulations allow there to be this mutual tolling. The city within the first 10 days, as the director pointed out, can unilaterally say, hey, we need more time because we want certain information. After 10 days, the city cannot unilaterally extend the shot clock, but they can request it. And it is routinely granted across the state. And the reason for that is, applicants request extensions as well, because they realize that they don't have all the questions that need to be answered already, and there will be a denial because the application is deficient or not compelling, and they want more time. And the federal district court in Massachusetts a couple of years ago and other courts have said, hey, a city can say, we don't want to give you more time, we're going to deny it. So it goes both ways. If you want to have a cooperative arrangement, these extensions happen routinely. The second thing is that this hearing, again, is done in a way that's done in many other cities. Early on to the hearing, somebody's an appeal hearing in other cities, they manage to make it fit. It's a right democratic process. It's a right and fair way to do it, and it can generate the best outcomes as well. It can also generate a good record to defend any decision that ultimately is made. I've advised many community groups on ordinances in Berkeley, very recently, the one is adopted in San Mateo and Sanitas. I'd be happy if the council is interested in answering any questions or respond to anything further today. I'm very happy that you've picked this up and have thought to revert to the process that the Ninth Circuit has allowed you to use. And I hope that you adopt or pass this ordinance with the additions of the setbacks from residences as well as from schools, and the adoption of an expert analysis to help you determine whether an exception is necessary. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Tina C., followed by Simone.
Good evening. My name is Tina Chow, and I'm with United Neighbors. Palo Alto had written standards in place for cell towers before the so-called objective standards were codified in 2019. As I speak, Jerry is passing out copies of the standards prepared by then Planning Director Gittleman for a 2017 public hearing. There are currently 116 small cell towers in Palo Alto, 113 of these were installed before the objective standards were put in place. In addition to the written comments, written standards that you're being handed, we also required cell tower applications, just like any other development application, to pass review by the ARB in a public hearing. That's what subjective review is, and we manage it just fine. In 2018, the FCC asked for objective standards to speed up the approval process. This meant no public hearings, no review by city boards, and decisions made behind closed doors in the hands of unelected officials. If you think speeding up permitting and objective standards is like the housing issue, it's not. It means allowing them to install their least expensive, ugly, and noisy equipment in Palo Alto. Instead, telecom companies might have to spend a bit more money on less obtrusive antennas and on more thoughtful siting. In 2019, staff assured council that if the FCC ruling were overturned, normal review procedures could be restored. In 2020, it was overturned, and that was 5 years ago. So today, the memo from Mayor Lowing and former Mayor Koo would reinstate normal review procedures. So now that they've lost in the courts, the telecom industry has turned to thinly veiled threats, saying that if the city returns the subjective review and needs a little extra time to process a cell tower application, they will refuse to agree to it. But requests to pause the shot clock, as you've heard, have been routinely granted by both sides. Even the master licenses signed with the city require both parties to give each other more time when asked. That's for Verizon and AT&T. And Palo Alto has been very generous in this. For the University South application, a 90-day shot clock turned into 427 days. Almost all of the extra days were at the request of Verizon. These companies know that if they ever refuse to stop the shot clock for us, then we can stop the shot clock for them. And they're not going to blow up a good working relationship for that reason. They have 116 small
Your time
cells
is up.
to repair and up.
Our next speaker is Simone, followed by Henry E.
Good evening. So I'm here as a 30-year Palo Alto resident who is both directly impacted by and deeply concerned about the reckless and improper placement of these antennas. I would like to request the removal of the antenna from my backyard. An antenna was installed on a tilted pole on my backyard, just 20 feet from my children's bedroom. The pole is dangerously close to a tall Douglas fir tree that has history of breaking in high winds, and this has been documented by the city tree department. During a storm or an earthquake, that tree and the pole could fall directly onto our home. This setup is a serious threat to my family's safety. Also, there are warning signs attached to the unity pole. One is obscured by surrounding foliage, and the other is placed at a height way above average eyesight. The signs specifically caution individuals to remain at least 21 feet from the antenna due to exposure to RF radiation. I recently saw the neighbor's garden on a ladder trimming trees near the pole, unaware of the EMF exposure risk. Even more alarming is that the antenna behind my home has been listed under 3 different addresses in the city planning documents. One of the addresses is a public location, Oregon Expressway. According to Google Maps, Apple Maps, and City Map, this address does not align with the antenna actually location behind my home. Even a city employee had difficulty identifying the antenna in the city documents. This discrepancy enables you to look on a paper like it is in a public location, when in reality is directly next to a residential area. This raises a serious concern. Directly impacted residents are not being notified of those installations, like myself. Errors like this obscure the true location and potential hazards of these installations. Further, if the antenna is truly in a public location, I ask, how come city employees walk through my gates, through my backyard, past my children's bedroom without notice every time they have to install, upgrade, or do maintenance on this equipment? This is deeply invasion of privacy.
Our next
Thank you for
speaker
this.
is Henry E. Moving to our next speaker, Cindy R., followed by Peter B.
I wonder if someone can hold the sign for me. Yeah, hold the sign up, that side up on that side, and maybe that on that side. Yeah. Fill them up and then let you know that. Oh, it's not for policy. Oh, okay, fine. All right, wait, it's not for policy then. We're not supposed to show it. You can just put it down, I guess. Is that right?
We can't
I
read it
warned
from up
the,
here.
I
Anyway.
warned the requester, so it's.
Okay,
if
just
you
so people
follow the
could see.
policy or not.
Hi, I'm Dr. Cindy Russell. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm a Executive Director of Physicians for Safe Technology. I trained at Stanford. I've been studying toxins in the environment for over 20 years. And about 10 years ago, I found out, or longer, that cell towers were toxic. They emit radiation, and I know you're not supposed to talk about health effects here, but I advise you to strengthen this ordinance as far as you can, as big as you can, and give more power in your decision-making for cell towers placement to make better decisions. I just want to highlight two studies that are recent. One is a review of 38 studies. These are 38 epidemiological cell tower studies. 74% showed adverse health effects near cell towers. And 3 of those health effects were highlighted: cancer, an increase in cancer within about 1,600 feet of a cell tower; neurobehavioral symptoms. This is electromagnetic syndrome that can occur with headaches, insomnia, fatigue, dizziness, memory, and these have been reported. Biochemical changes in blood chemistry, pituitary, oxidation, inflammatory chemicals, and also genetic damage. The other important cases were 8 case reports that were published in 2023 in Sweden when 5G cell towers came up and were placed, and they developed these symptoms of electromagnetic syndrome. And these were people who were on vacation. They went into the house. The cell tower depends upon where these cell towers are directed and so forth. But they had these symptoms. These were in kids and people who would live there. They basically had to leave their homes. So there's inadequate regulation. There's inadequate monitoring of these cell towers. How do you really know when they're placed? They have biologic consequences. And there is a huge push to standardize all these, and we need more regulation.
Your time is up.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You really need to look into this and strengthen your ordinance. Power to the council.
Our next speaker is Peter B.
Good evening. I'm Peter Balte, a sitting member of the Palo Alto Architecture Review Board, and I've been on the board since 2015. Over the course of 5 public hearings in the 3-year period of 2017 to 2019, the ARB reviewed applications for several dozen wireless communication facilities located within the public rights-of-way in Palo Alto. All of these applications were reviewed for conformance with the 6 ARB findings that we are required to make for recommending approval of any project. They're on page 101 in your packet tonight. I continue to believe that the subjective ARB findings remain the most appropriate guardrails for ensuring that wireless communication facilities fit well into our community. I have never seen the objective standards in tonight's packet on page 185 now used for wireless applications. ARB was asked for and gave input on objective standards, but we did not review the current document, and I did not know that it was available until I saw it in the packet. Reviewing them now, I think the standards make a good effort to reach a middle ground. However, the allowed exceptions in those standards, which are themselves subjective and broadly worded, have too often been used to defeat the intent of the so-called objective standards. To my eye, recently, many of the approved installations do not appear to conform with the ARB recommendations. I strongly recommend a full review of the current standards by ARB. I think this review can include benefits to applicants and staff, such as reducing the amount of drawings required, providing templates of acceptable design options, and other efficiencies in the process, which will reduce the applicant costs. We can strive to get these standards as objective as possible, but fundamentally, subjective decisions on exceptions are best heard by the ARB. One of our basic functions is to evaluate and opine on infrastructure projects for the councils and the residents. Cell towers are no different. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark G. Mark G, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. This is Mark Rabish. I represent AT&T. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I don't want to reiterate some of the comments that we'll probably hear later from the Verizon representative and that were put in the letter that they submitted. I do want to express the concerns I have having experience with applications that we filed prior to the objective standards, which required a number of different revisions to be made to try to meet a subjective standard that even the city at the ARB hearing could not agree upon in terms of what was a preferred design. We had originally proposed to have slimline radios mounted to the side of a pole with the antenna on top. And we were told by staff at the time that we needed to revise that application to place everything above the pole in an antenna shroud, so including the radios. So we made those revisions, which took extra time and money, and then reapplied, at which point the ARB, when we took it to the ARB hearing, they determined that, well, you know, they felt that the slimline radios were better because it was a smaller shroud than what was required to put the radios above the light arm on poles. And it turned out that either or became acceptable because the ARB did not have a consensus on which was a preferred design. These are challenges that carriers have to face when the standards are subjective rather than the current objective standards that there are. I think right now the city of Palo Alto has very uniform designs. If you go to subjective standards, each design can change, and then you end up having non-conformity on a lot of different solutions. So in the interest of being able to understand and know what we need to apply for, I urge you to keep the objective standards in place. Thank you.
Our next speaker is iPhone.
And can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, hi, this is Martin, and suggest the council maintain support of the current objective standards. The as Mr. Balte mentioned, there's a certain amount of efficiency in that, and then it just gives us some good templates available to applicants. And I think it's just a lot more efficient use of everyone's time for such an application. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dawn B.
Hi, actually, your next speaker is not my husband, Don Brennan. This is Win Firth. I seem to be unable to change the ID on our Zoom account. I've been a resident of Portland, Oregon since 2019, but before that, I was a resident of downtown Palo Alto for 20 years. Much of that time, I worked in the city attorney's office. And from 2015 to 2019, I was a member of the city's architectural review board. And I'm speaking today in support of the comments of my fellow ARB members, Peter Balte in particular, that ARB comment be obtained before the council proceeds on this, and also that you seriously consider reinstating ARB review. As you've heard from Peter, we spent a lot of time when I was on the ARB learning from citizens and applicants about the complexities of wireless communication facilities and the possibilities. I was a layperson on the ARB. My expertise is in land use law and municipal law and findings of fact and conclusions of law. Their expertise is in the realities of design, construction, plan review, neighborhood compatibility, what's possible, what's efficient. Furthermore, Palo Alto's city-appointed citizen review bodies, including the ARB, provide excellent institutional memory that isn't always possible for the staff to have. And it's important. They're uniquely well qualified to hear from the public and make recommendations about the application of subjective standards. I share Peter's concern that it's all too easy for exceptions to swallow objective rules. And I believe the ARB is a good safeguard that can also be efficient. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Paul.
Good evening, Paul Albritton, outside counsel for Verizon Wireless. I've sent you a couple of letters on this, and to be very quick, we would recommend that you keep the objective standards in the ordinance. And I'd like to explain why. The objective standards, as you heard from the city attorney this evening, can be modified by resolution. That's the whole purpose. if you wanted to add a childcare center to your objective standards, you can do it by resolution. If you want the ARB to review modifications to the objective standards, they can do that too. But the whole point is objective standards are in many, many municipal ordinances, and they give you flexibility for adjusting your setbacks, for adjusting your designs without having to go through an ordinance process. It makes no sense to throw out the ordinance, throw out the baby with the bathwater, and go back to what had previously been the procedure. I also want to say the planning director currently has the ability to refer any application to the ARB in his discretion. And I think you should continue to provide Mr. Late that authority to refer those matters he believes they have to go to the ARB and not make it mandatory in every case. The objective standards didn't come out of thin air. They came from processes in 2011. I was involved in applications for small cells in front of the ARB, multiple hearings, multiple designs, as Mr. Gravis described. Ultimately, the city council modified the design by their choice after ARB review for months. The same thing happened in 2018 when the ARB went through round and round of review of designs. And ultimately, the planning director decided not to accept the ARB recommendation, make a recommendation to the city council that was adopted by the city council. The problem is the ARB is flooded with the same kind of fear of RF exposure testimony that you heard today that they have no authority over because of federal law. So I strongly encourage you to keep the objective standards. If you want to stay within the 60-day shot clock, modify them if you want to. Go through a process to modify the objective
Your time is up.
standards. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on action item 11.
Okay, thanks to the public for all that research and comment. I'm now going to call on myself as the original co-author, just to give you a few thoughts. And I want to just start with sort of big picture sort of objectives that were contained within the sort of the impetus for the colleagues memo. But it's also infused by what you've heard here tonight. It's clearly time to review and update the standards being used for cell phones, for cell towers. ARB has performed its role well for many, many years based on the existing standards that we call subjective up until the end of 19. Since then, they've had no role or input in the standards or the decisions, which has been about 5 years. And regardless of what standards are in place, they probably should be reviewed periodically by ARB. This is for two primary reasons. One is we've already heard technology is changing all the time, and how these technologies work directly influenced where they can be placed and even what the tower may look like over time. And secondly, I think we should review the results from the negotiated exception cases reviewed since 2020 when council reacted to the FCC ruling and came up with the objective standards internally. So that's point one. Point two, which I think has been fundamental to this whole discussion, is that we need to have a process for public transparency and input on the decision-making process for applications. And number three, to me, it makes sense to leverage the experience and mission of the ARB. They're the design and architecture experts that are appointed by council to make design and aesthetic judgments for city projects. So why should this exclude review of cell tower infrastructure? With the ARB involved, that automatically ensures that there'll be some public transparency, as I mentioned. Those three things apply to a role that the ARB can have with respect to the standards and where we go. The fourth thing I want to mention is that it's really time to review the maximum distance that we can have between a tower and a residence and still provide good cell coverage. This is outside the jurisdiction of the ARB, but as was mentioned, actually in the April meeting when the council was shifting to objective standards, one of the things that they wanted was to recommend distances from homes and schools between installations and to preserve aesthetics. And as was referenced tonight by someone, PTC in 22 recommended that we look at 100 feet and see if that was feasible or not. And if it wasn't, than say what is feasible. I know that because I was sitting there at that night. So that's sort of it. Those are the sort of four main fundamental goals that we're trying to look at. But I also want to talk about this whole issue of objective versus subjective standards, which I think is perhaps diverting our focus from the overall goals. Simply stated, we need to have good standards that are going to result in cell towers with reasonable design and function and get the applicant the coverage that they want and that the consumer wants with clear guidelines and in a straightforward manner. And the undisputed fact, as everyone has noted tonight, is that there's going to be exceptions in the field to any list of standards, including the so-called objective ones. And those, by definition, have to be negotiated. You got to figure them out. So these could be due to contextual situations at the cell site that are different. It could be technical constraints that an applicant wants to negotiate on. It can be for reasons they could ignore aesthetics and try to get away with it. I don't know, or a lot of other issues. So, but by definition, this means that no standards are 100% objective. So the objective and subjective shouldn't really be in place here. Right now, the subjective negotiations are being done by the planning director, who, by the way, I'm a huge fan of, just for the record. But that happens with the applicant one-on-one. And conversely, subjective standards don't mean a chaotic process with vague standards requiring new judgments on each issue from scratch, as has been heard. It's a question of who should review the inevitable exceptions that will occur and where. So involving a public process by 7 council-appointed experts seems like we might get a superior process compared to simply and only the city's planning director, who should still have a primary role. So those are my overall thoughts. And to give us sort of some direction on the dais, I want to come up with a plan, a suggested plan of action for how to proceed. And basically, I'm trying to keep this very simple. I think we should approve the ordinance in the colleagues memo, which is a temporary ordinance. But here's what we do. We want to direct ARB to promptly review the standards for approval of cell tower applications, amend them as needed, and return them to council on a recommendation for approval. And secondly, ARB can define a process of how and when ARB should review submitted applications. But importantly, we are now in an interim period. So I'm suggesting that during the effective period of this temporary ordinance, ARB shall have the opportunity to review all applications after an initial decision by the planning director, who would submit these applications with his decision onto the ARB consent calendar. The ARB can then vote to pull the items from the consent calendar for discussion and possible action. Those applications not pulled for debate shall be deemed complete. Those pulled and then approved by ARB should be deemed complete. Items pulled from consent which result in a recommendation that differs from the planning director's initial decision can be forwarded to final action for city council. Footnote being, in this process, they can come up with a different process that they recommend. But in the interim, that gives public insight on any new application that is going to be coming. And it should also refer ARB recommendations to PTC in whole or in part as and if needed. So that's how I think we get public process soon. And then we just heard tonight that there's only been 3 applications in 5 years. So I'm not sure that there's a material problem of workload in that regard. We may not get any for a while. So the urgency would be for them to jump soon onto looking at the objective standards that staff came up with, subjective standards from before, things that they came up with, and come back on that. The last thing apart from ARB is I think it is really time for council to direct staff to engage in a suitable outside consultant to investigate technical feasibility of tower setbacks, starting with the 100 feet from any structure. In those cases that are technically infeasible at 100 feet or more, and there will be some, The consultant should just provide maximum distances from residential structures that would still provide adequate coverage. That's very consistent with the PTC motion in January of 22 that passed unanimously. It's just time for us to do that now and do it seriously and see where we are on that. There's various views on the science of it, but it's time for us to get some answers. So that's the direction that I would give based on what I've heard, what I've researched, what I've studied, and listening so far to all of you. So I open the floor to comments, including how long we should talk tonight. So I'm open to that comment as well. I have a motion if you'd like to see that. Yeah, go put it up. I believe Councilmember Burt was first.
Well, first, I think that's a good direction. The more I've come to hear the different perspectives, one is that Peter Balti had really emphasized that that the exceptions to the objective standards should definitely go for review of ARB. Separate question is what updates to the objective standards should there be, whether it be childcare inclusion, greater distance from homes, whatever, and then exceptions from those are what would go to ARB. And that seems that that does hit the sweet spot in concept, and that it's a better approach, I think, than the colleagues memo, which was just to repeal aesthetic standards. We have certain parts of the objective standards that are truly aesthetic and others that are these distance-based and things like that. And they're not really about aesthetics. And I think both are important. One question I had, we had some photographs of some towers that were, or some sets of antennas on poles. Director Late, to your understanding, are those fairly recent, and were they ones that were allowed under the objective standards or exceptions to them?
I don't know when those photos were taken or what sites, so I'm not able to answer that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to understand whether these bad antennas and towers are outside of what we would allow or within it, and to give us all a sense of that. And then from a process standpoint, I guess we're waiting to see the motion, but.
Can you put that motion up?
Mayor, you said that ARB would decide what those standards should be?
It's up now, but I'm suggesting that they take a crack at revising some combination, if they like, of objective standards, the old subjective standards, and revisions that they come up with that aren't in either one.
Oh, I see that you have, so maybe it was just the way you described it. Under 3, refer the recommendations to PTC. It says in whole or in part. I think it would need to be in whole. Is that correct? City Attorney? The recommendations on changing the objective standards, and for that matter, the role of the ARB in reviewing exceptions, all of that would need to go to PTC and then the council. Is that correct?
So we're seeing this for the first time just now, haven't had a chance to
No,
even
I'm
read
just
it.
saying procedurally.
I can't answer your question until I read this and get a chance to think about it.
Oh, I thought it was, my understanding was that it's clear that PTC must have a review of these procedures and then be decided by the council. I thought that was kind of a high level understanding.
Did you want to make other comments while she's?
No, I think that covers my interests. I also will need to review the motion in detail.
Sure, of course.
Yeah.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yeah, I'll keep this short. Yeah, to me, this is an issue of transparency and public comment. And right now, public is shielded from that. And I just think good government is transparent. So I support this. But in order to make this work with this, really, we need clarity and we also need efficiency. We can't make a lot of work for staff, and we also need the applicants to be able to really understand what do they have to do to make it a successful application. So having a really specific list of guidelines is essential, because we don't want to churn in the ARB. We really want the applicants to come in and know what they need to do to have a successful application, submit a successful application, and have ARB say thumbs up. We don't want a lot of reviews. We want a lot of wasted time. So.
Councilmember Stone?
I'll second the motion and can speak to it.
Proceed.
Great, thank you. I appreciate the process that the mayor has outlined and for co-authoring this colleagues memo. One request I have to modify would be to incorporate, I appreciate sorry, where we're at. In part 4, the 100 feet for residential use, if we could include, 1,500 feet from daycares and schools. And the reason why I think 1,500 feet is back in 2019, the school district passed a resolution stating in part that the Palo Alto Unified School District Board of Education opposes the setting up future cellular facilities on or in close proximity to schools to ensure individuals, especially children, are protected from the potential negative effects associated with radiation exposure, and that the board supports the city of Palo Alto immediately establishing local municipal zoning setback rules of 1,500 feet or more from an operating wireless transmitter and a school site. And they go on to cite several studies that support 1,500 feet being the appropriate setback. And I think when it comes to having appropriate setbacks for this from schools is critical. And I would also include, in addition to schools, daycare centers as well. So since that's not, so is that acceptable?
Yes, it's definitely that's definitely acceptable. But that's why we need the outside consultant to tell us, is that going to work, or are there circumstances where it won't, and then what do we do? And
yep.
So yeah,
great, thank you. And I think the language of how you have it here, not technically feasible, is going to help. And I think Councilmember Lithcott-Hames made I think a reasonable question before about questioning health impacts, and I think there is some uncertainty around that, but there is growing evidence that long-term exposure to radio frequency electromagnetic fields is harmful to human health. We heard from Dr. Cindy Russell this evening, who's both a surgeon and the former president of the Santa Clara County Medical Association. She cited 2 studies. There are a lot more out there, just a couple that I was able to identify. The World Health Organization classified radio frequency electromagnetic fields as a possible human carcinogen in 2011. Major U.S. government study by the National Toxicology Program in 2018 found clear evidence that wireless radiation from cell phones increased cancer risk. One I found interesting, over 10 years ago, the California firefighters began experiencing symptoms like headaches, sleep issues, depression, lack of focus, lack of impulse control, slowed reaction time, tremors, and vertigo after wireless transmitters were installed on fire stations. They then commissioned a study by the International Association of Firefighters confirming those adverse effects being caused by that. And as a result, the International Association of Firefighters
issued a policy statement requesting exemptions from wireless antenna installations on fire stations to be able to preserve firefighters' cognitive and physical performance. So I think this is just kind of a tip of the iceberg and a growing body of evidence that's pointing to the potential health risks posed by cell towers. And while the research may not yet be conclusive and further studies are certainly needed, I do believe we have a responsibility to follow the precautionary principle. That principle urges decision makers to take protective action when scientific evidence is uncertain, but the potential risks to human health are significant, given that these cell towers are being installed near homes and schools and daycare centers. The stakes couldn't be higher. So I think this is an important one for us to address. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor. It is 2:22 here, so I will be as short as possible. I agree with your comment about technology changing, and thus it makes sense to review things that address it from time to time. And I think now is a good time to do that. And I think there's a lot of interest in looking at the standards. The question for me is, what do we do in the interim between now and when we get the ones that we like better? And to restate it, it's a question of, do we go back before we go forward? And I guess to help answer that, I have a couple of questions for staff. One is, if we follow the procedure outlined here, and I know you're just seeing it, but it is more streamlined. I appreciate the creativity of the consent calendar for most items, and then those that aren't pulled or approved, those are pulled and approved or approved, and so only those that are pulled and not approved would carry on to council. My question is, I know you don't, there's not a hard answer to this, but could you think out loud about whether we would run into shot clock problems with that process?
Yes, I believe that we would. In that scenario where it's approved and approved, the carrier may decide that they want to appeal it. And so we're still having to deal with the shot clock and the appeal timeframes. I'll also note that the ARB doesn't have a consent calendar like the city council has a consent calendar. So I think that answers the question.
Yes. And my other question is, I think there was some mention of, if we were to change from these objective standards to go back to the former standards, and I agree that objective and subjective are a little bit of misnomers because they're each a bit of both, but just for clarity, I'll just say objective and subjective. So if you were to go back to the subjective standards in the interim, would that require staff retraining and in order for them to apply those?
Well, sure. I mean, we'd have to understand what we're evaluating the applications to, what set of standards, but it won't be, it's doable. That would be something that we would do.
It's not a big deal. Okay, I was curious about that. Because I guess for me, it seems like a lot to ask of applicants. It doesn't seem like we get a ton of gain to go from a first standard now to a second standard for a couple of years to a third standard in a couple of years. I like the idea here of taking a review of it, looking at the distances. I'm fine with that. Trying to figure out what might make additional sense and to try to keep it as objective as possible, but yet to accomplish some of these aesthetic goals, and taking in light today's technology, what those height and distance ramification, shielding, et cetera, needs are. But I'm just concerned about the back and forth. And so I would like this without the, I guess it's paragraph 2. And yeah, I think that's it as best as I can leave. So that would be my thought. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, there is a published standards for both subjectivity and objectivity, going back to those two words again. So theoretically, you could pick either one and you would have the standard in place. The proposal suggests that we do the subjective because they're there and ARB seems to like them and they've used it for a long time. And keep in mind, we're at this rate, we're talking about one application a year. So it's not a big load.
Yeah, no, I don't think, I think the director clarified that it wouldn't be a load issue. It's more of a 3 different standards in, 2 years essentially for industry, and it's a shot clock concern. I like where you're going ultimately.
But the point on point 2 is that that's the only way that we get public access now. If we didn't do that, we'd have to wait for ARB to come back with new standards, and that could take, months and months. So that's why 2's in there. And again, I don't mean that to be the permanent process. That's just to get going, and ARB can come back with whatever they want. Okay, I'll go to Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. Just a quick question for staff, actually. So is there any form of appeals process right now for your decisions, Director Late?
Yes. And appeals come to the city council.
And so how does that work? There is some noticing of neighbors. Presumably there's some appeal related fee. Can you just expand on that process?
Eileen, if you can help me with the notice of decision, how that's published, but the decision of the director can be appealed within 14 days of a decision.
I have to look up what's in our ordinance. Give me a minute.
I'm not sure how that notice is distributed in the community. Certainly the applicant would know because they'd get the decision letter.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think about the consequences in the setup for number 2. I recognize that this is not a high stakes decision just based on the velocity of tier 2 and tier 3 applications that we've seen so far. But I'm still unsure to the extent that this is confusing for the ARB, or to the extent like they should follow objective and or subjective standards here. And it's not clear how much better this is. I mean, certainly like the ARB calendar is not a very visible, well-attended kind of meeting. It may not be that much more transparent than an appeals process to council. So, I see some benefit, but I'm not sure. Also on point 4, do we mean to say the consultant should provide a minimum distance from residential structures that would still provide adequate coverage? That's to the motion maker, I suppose.
I don't think so. We're trying to get it far away, not close. I mean, if it was good at 5 feet, we wouldn't want it anyway, so.
Right. But the minimum distance from a residential structure might be 50 feet or it might be 60 feet away. But if you say the maximum distance from a residential structure, it could be like infinitely far away.
It's too late for me to think that.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm also a little bit confused where 1,500 feet comes from. That's a big step up from 100. And I wonder if the school board was potentially talking about a different category of cell towers. Also, maybe too late to like really dig into.
The 1,500 feet, I think, is just a placeholder. That's kind of, that's kind of an ideal, and then the consultant's going to tell us.
Yeah, the consultant will actually tell us if that makes sense. But I suppose we don't have any other context on why that number is there. Okay. I would be happy with bullet 2 if it provided guidance to the ARB to use objective standards in the interim. I think that is probably the cleanest workload for everyone. And then we can update the objective standards to push for maybe 100 square feet or something similar to that, based on what's feasible, based on our pole configuration, based on technology, things like that. I mean, I think I can be begrudgingly fine with this. I just want to make things simple. And I also just want to recognize that there are many complaints about the quality of cell service in Palo Alto, in addition to the complaints about the aesthetic and health concerns noted here. So I do want to make sure that we have some process to balance the, communication benefits or potentially access benefits that we don't want to overly limit in this 2-year period. And yeah, I would welcome any thoughts.
Yeah, first of all, Councilmember Stone says he can explain his 1,500-foot reference.
Just briefly, it's in resolution number 2018-19.19 from the Palo Alto School Board back in 2019. So I can provide the resolution, and they provide several citations and studies to, I assume, how they reached that number. But ultimately, I agree with the mayor that it's a good starting point for now, given the language of the motion.
To your other question, Councilmember, the whole idea of 2 is to get it in the public, so it's viewed. And I'm sure that if somebody knows that a cell phone tower is going up that they have some question about, then they'd figure out to go to ARB. At this point, there just isn't any visibility on when the appointment is happening or when it's starting or when it's over. I don't even know exactly where it's posted.
Yeah. May I?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you. So I'd like to respond to question or to item 2, but before I do, if I can just get some clarity, is the motion intending to repeal the objective standards? I see that the motion includes adopting the ordinance as that's included in the packet. And so what I'm trying to understand is where are we going with the work that the Architectural Review Board and the PTC are going to do? Is it to take the objective standards and transform them into a set of guidelines to inform the subjective review process? Or do we want to create an updated set of objective criteria?
Perfect question. My intent is that ARB come up with a new set of standards, parentheses, if they choose to, or if they look at the objective standards and say, those are perfect, we want those. Or for some reason, they look at the subjective ones and say, those are fine. I just want them to take a look at it and say, what should we do going forward? You're correct that with the way the ordinance is set up, that if we approve the ordinance, we would be approving subjective standards. Because that's what the ordinance says, is to go back to subjective standards. To me, that's not the most material point, because the point is that they're going to go back and look at all of them and come up with a new one in a very short period of time. So whatever we do, hopefully it's going to be a matter of months.
It's not going to be months.
The ARB aspect of it.
There's a staff component to it as well. So I guess there's a number of things that I want to help advance the council's interest here. If there's 2 actions before the council tonight. One is to adopt the ordinance, and the other is to repeal the resolution that has the objective standards. This motion only speaks to one aspect of that. So absent the repealing of the objective standards, we have an oddness, I would say, in how we would proceed with reviewing applications. So I think what you're trying to do is enact the ordinance, at least the motion's trying to enact the ordinance and repeal the objective standards. And during this interim time where we have this temporary ordinance in place, we would go to the Architecture Review Board and maybe have that conversation of, do we want objective standards, or do we want these objective standards to be guidelines for a subjective review? And we can have that back and forth with the Architecture Review Board and then go to the Planning and Transportation Commission, and we can come back here for a recommendation to the council. If that makes sense, then we can do that. I am concerned about the timing on this, because the folks that are going to be working on this are the folks that are implementing the housing element. And as I mentioned earlier, with the budget discussions that are coming up, there may be some constraint on resources that are available to take on projects that are beyond non-time sensitive projects, I would say, compared to the things that we need to do. Also, given some existing staff vacancies that I have in that program. On item 2, so I'm concerned about promptly. Item 2, I don't think is necessary. And I don't think it's necessary because what the ordinance does is it says that we need to get Architecture Review Board action on any of these tier 2, tier 3 applications that come in. So we're already going to have to go to the Architecture Review Board through our existing process. I don't think we need to create a new process that has consent, they ratify it or don't. It creates a new sort of system that we don't currently have standing right now. And it doesn't solve the problem of the appeal, either from the community or from the applicant. These will still have to come to the city council, is my guess, because unless there's alignment across the board, which I'm not anticipating, but it could happen. And because we're going to have to operate within this 60 or 90-day shot clock, we're going to still have to schedule it. Even with 2, we'd still have to schedule it likely for a city council review.
What was that last statement? I just didn't hear it.
I don't think 2 solves the problem of us still having to come back to the city council for final action on the project. And again, we're not dealing with a large volume of these applications right now, so it may not be a problem, but if it comes in. Anything else to add?
I think that's enough for them to think about at the moment.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, at some point we will need to talk more about number 4, but let's work on 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, my goal, after again taking in a lot of information in the last couple of weeks, was not to force every action to come back fully blown for initial review by the ARB, which keeps the planning director in the loop and leading it and making the decision and giving the ARB the option to pull it off consent or leave it, which lowers the overall workload for everybody with however many applications we have. So I think this makes it easier for you. And I don't understand why, if you made a decision, they agreed with it, that wouldn't have to come back to council. It would only be if you made a decision and they disagreed with it after the debate and said it should go to council.
There's 2 other parties that could decide to appeal, the neighbors or the applicant.
Well, the applicant action could also go to the applicant appeal could also go through this process to the ARB.
The code is set up to it actually wouldn't go that way. Decisions of the director get appealed to the council, not to the Architecture Review Board. So we couldn't have an appeal hearing, and we couldn't create another process where the applicant would have to appeal twice. We wouldn't want to do that. I think I appreciate the interest to try to streamline the application review process. And the important part that I'm hearing is you want public transparency. And so I think we can achieve the public transparency piece just by implementing the ordinance and not implementing item 2 on the motion. We'll get the transparency. We'll have the hearing before the Architecture Review Board. And we'll still have the opportunity to process this within the shot clock. It may require review by the city council at some point. And I was corrected. The ordinance does include the repeal language for the objective standards, so you don't need to take another action on that.
Okay. Anybody else can comment, but if that's the way you would prefer it, then we can take out 2, because I was trying to streamline it for planning's benefit.
I appreciate the support and interest. I think it would be more effective for our existing processes if we omitted item 2.
Seconder? Okay. Okay, thank you. Anything else on that? And we'll go to what is now 3. City Attorney, want to speak first on that?
So on item 3, I think that you do need to hear some input from staff on this item. Certainly during this review of standards in 1 and 2, there could be some feasibility work done and a report prepared. But my understanding is these issues need to focus on aesthetics and not RF emissions or health. And I'd like our expert to comment briefly to the council.
Which expert?
Ms. Billier, is that you or Ms. Karish?
I would suggest Ms. Karish speak to this one.
Yeah, this is definitely not anything having to do with health and 1 and 2.
I'm sorry, could you clarify what you want me to speak to exactly?
Can you speak to what is, are you able to see the screen they're looking at?
Yes.
Yes. So number 3 there, they're looking at some consulting around distances from certain uses. Is there any information that council should be aware of about the legal restrictions on the way that local agencies can review those issues?
Certainly. So I think that where the challenge would be, there are 2 possible challenges just in terms of having set distances. I do understand that this is to ask a consultant to do, some investigation, but say you were to have a 1,500 feet from daycares and schools, the possible challenge from a wireless applicant would be, on what basis is that an aesthetic sort of requirement, as opposed to one that is based on concerns about the environmental and health impacts of RF emissions exposure. So that would be one possible issue there. The other would be, if we're talking about small cells, they have very small cell wireless facilities have a very small zone or area that they serve. The cell is literally small, and so there may be technical issues about whether that significant a distance would actually impede the ability of a carrier to fill in gaps in their network.
I think those are our comments. And if it's a council's desire to have some technical feasibility study work done, then the staff can put that on the list with the other items to do some work on.
Yeah, the latter is exactly what I would expect to have them come back with. In some cases, this isn't going to work, and in some cases, this is going to work. But right now, we're kind of flying blind. So that's why I want to kind of get that started. Councilmember Burt,
I'm going to pass for the moment.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I rang in some time ago to really talk about the procedure here. We put a topic out, we heard public comment, and then you asked, I thought, are we going to even do this now? And here we are, 11:46. We've been here since 4:30 and we've had one 15-minute break. And there are at least two of us that have finance and rail and retail within the next 36 hours. I know I'm not at my best right now. Can't speak for anybody else, but I am so worried about how I will be prepared for what the city will ask of me tomorrow and the next day as this item proceeds close to midnight.
I think
How long we've been here.
the lights keep coming on, but I think we're at the end of the discussion, so we can call the vote.
Okay, let's call a vote.
Just to maybe quickly check in, would the maker and seconder be amenable to a friendly amendment to direct the Architectural Review Board to return with objective standards for council approval?
I want them to come up with whatever they want. If that's what they come up with, that's fine, but no, and I want to get on to the call the question. Quickly, Councilmember.
Yeah, as I'm thinking about number 3 and the kind of the feedback that we just received from the city attorney and the legal advisor, it makes me think that maybe we need to include within that same thing that we had in the motion that referred this here, which would be a clause to the extent permissible by law.
Certainly that's welcome, and we'll incorporate the legal principles in any kind of report that does come back to council. So if you'd
Yeah,
like
I
to
accept
add
that amendment. I accept that amendment. As does the seconder. And now you can call the question. Oh, you don't have it up yet.
Vice Mayor Vinker.
Yes.
Vice Mayor,
I believe that was a yes vote. Mayor Lowing.
did you vote, Vice Mayor?
Yes, I unmuted and said yes.
Okay. Yes.
Yes for Mayor Lowing. Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal.
Yes.
Councilmember Lou.
Yes.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Then thanks to staff. I would like to adjourn our meeting tonight in honor of Mr. Steve Sinchek, who was a very active retailer, ran and owned the Old Pro and local union, and was very active in a lot of community service. And I had the opportunity to work with him a number of times in community service. Wonderful man. Sorry to lose him in Palo Alto. Good night.